Chapter 29:18. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huana left the cross region and entered the general region with Tai Tai He. Master Duan, this is the general region. However, since I've never been to the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate, I don't know its exact location. After entering the general region, Tai Tai He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Therefore, I plan to look for a big city or a powerful force to inquire about it. We'll continue our journey after we find out where the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate is. Elder Tai, I'll leave these matters to you." Duan Lingtian nodded with an emotionless expression. After entering the general region, Duan Lingtian discovered he could no longer remain calm. I wonder if I'll be able to see her after I go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian did not plan to see Murong Bing during this trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Unless Murong Bing came out of her own accord, he would not force her. After all, he did not plan to bring Murong Bing with him to the central area of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. "Brother Lingtian," Huana called out. Although Duan Lingtian did not show any abnormalities, she had been with Duan Lingtian for quite some time now. Therefore, she was very familiar with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, she could clearly sense that Lingtian's emotions were slightly unstable. His aura was also slightly unstable. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and gently squeezed his palm as though she was trying to calm Duan Lingtian's agitated aura. "Huana, I'm fine." Duan Lingtian patted the back of Huana's hand affectionately. His eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. "Don't worry." While Duan Lingtian, Huana, and Huan entered the general region, news of the blissful sect being annihilated by Duan Lingtian had spread in most of the cross region. In the profound heaven celestial sex estate. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Zhou Ming, Bai Wuji, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and killed by Yushuan, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, by Yushuan, a dark cloud loomed over the profound heaven celestial sect. Apart from the seventh elder who had a chance to become the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, everyone else was feeling gloomy. After all, the deaths of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were a great blow to the profound heaven celestial sect. For this reason, after that incident, the profound heaven celestial sex estate was devoid of laughter. Today, the profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar again after a piece of news came from the outside. The profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, killed Li Ping, a one basic celestial king from the blissful sect, and annihilated the blissful sect? Is this true? Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king? Many people seem to have confirmed this news. Up until now, no one has any evidence to prove it's false. Heavens! If this is true, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king? The entire profound heaven celestial sect was shaken by the news that the blissful sect had been annihilated. It was as though an earthquake had taken place. Does this mean Duan Lingtian showed mercy to the profound heaven celestial sect? That seems to be the case. Since he's strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king, it shouldn't be difficult for him to annihilate the profound heaven celestial sect. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter with Bai Yushuan. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect and recalled what Duan Lingtian had done to the profound heaven celestial sect. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Even so, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian? As expected, Duan Lingtian isn't an ordinary celestial king. The two remaining old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were shocked when they heard the news from the outside world. In fact, they had already guessed Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary celestial king when Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian was only a one basic celestial king, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of his movements. However, they could not catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's movements at all. What did this mean? This meant Duan Lingtian was stronger than a one basic celestial king. The news from the blissful sect confirmed their suspicions. At the same time, they were relieved that Duan Lingtian did not kill the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, even the blissful sect that had a one basic celestial king was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to destroy the profound heaven celestial sect if he wanted to. At this moment, the two surviving old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect broke out in cold sweat from the fright of their lives. Pass down my order. From today onward, no one in the profound heaven celestial sect is to provoke the people from the Tai celestial sect. Even if they encounter the people from the Tai celestial sect, they have to be respectful. The two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were fearful of Duan Lingtian's strength, so they quickly passed down the order. Upon hearing the order, everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect felt that it was only right. After all, they were deeply shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect did not pass down the order, they would not dare to offend anyone from the Tai celestial sect in the future. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The only thing Duan Lingtian knew was that news of him annihilating the blissful sect would soon spread in the cross region. I'm afraid there are only a few people in the cross region who don't know that I've annihilated the blissful sect, right? If the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect are still in seclusion in the cross region, they should have heard about it as well, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he brought him to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Indeed, things were as Duan Lingtian had expected. About half a month ago, the three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who were in seclusion in the cross region had heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. That brat Li Ping. He's already a celestial king, but he was still killed? Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, is actually so strong? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old. Who is he? How did he become so strong at such a young age? The three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect were furious when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge their fallen disciples. However, when they learned that even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian, they immediately dismissed the idea of seeking revenge on Duan Lingtian. In fact, they did not even dare to come out to revive the blissful sect. After all, they were worried they would be killed by Duan Lingtian if they came out to revive the blissful sect. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian, who could kill a one basic celestial king, to kill them. The three quasi-celestial kings were once one basic celestial kings. Naturally, they knew the difference in strength between them and a one basic celestial king. Even if the three quasi-celestial kings joined forces, they would not be able to last more than 100 moves against a one basic celestial king. Senior uncle, are we just going to let this go? We're so weak that we're willing to stay in the borderlands to protect the sect. How can we do nothing but watch the sect being annihilated? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. One of the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect, a middle-aged man, said to the other old man. You can't accept it, but how can I accept it? I know Li Ping is your favorite direct disciple, and you want to avenge him. However, even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Do you think you're a match for him? The old man shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Perhaps it's time for us to leave the borderlands. Back then, we didn't leave the borderlands to head to the central area because we're so weak. We're willing to stay and protect the sect. The last old man sighed and said, Because of this, our cultivation bases have regressed from 1 basic celestial kings to 10 directions celestial dukes. Unless we can obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases, we won't be able to improve our cultivation bases at all. Now that the sect is gone, it's meaningless for us to stay in the borderlands. Let's head to the central area. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases. The quasi-celestial king from the blissful sect had clearly thought of a backup plan. In the end, the 3 quasi-celestial dukes reached a consensus and left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. At this moment, they regretted staying in the borderlands. After all, Duan Lingtian's appearance had ruined their reason for staying in the borderlands. They hated Duan Lingtian to the core. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew there was nothing they could do to avenge Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. The 3 reclusive celestial kings from the blissful sect had left the borderlands for fear of him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not know that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. In the future, he would encounter the 3 quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect in the central area. Master Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is up ahead. Outside the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, Tai he said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the area shrouded in clouds. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously and asked. Chapter 29:19. Although Tai he knew there was a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he did not know how deep the conflict was. For this reason, he asked Duan Lingtian. Although Tai he did not attend the alchemy conference with Duan Lingtian, he had learned from Situming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian. However, based on Situming's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not intend to seek revenge from the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. For this reason, Tai he did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Let's go in. Upon hearing Tai he's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded the 2 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were in a vast area filled with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. It was as though they were in a fairyland. Within this vast region stood numerous towering mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were like numerous giants standing there, emitting an oppressive aura. I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. I'm here to challenge the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10 directions celestial duke, Wang Qiu Kuang. Tai he was about to greet the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect when he heard Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice. Tai he was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had a close relationship with Murong Bing, the genius disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would come here to challenge him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to challenge Wang Qiu Kuang, the 10 directions celestial duke of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's motive. Murong Bing's master was Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Danfeng was famous for being ruthless. The reason why Wang Danfeng was said to be vicious and merciless was not only because of Wang Danfeng's fierce reputation outside, but also because Wang Danfeng had once personally executed her own personal disciple. And all of this was because her personal disciple had a man outside. This was because she wanted her direct disciple to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, her direct disciple had lost the opportunity to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect because she had a man. It seems like Master Duan and Murong Bing have slept together. Murong Bing has lost her chance to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Master Duan is worried that Murong Bing will follow in her senior sister's footsteps, so he decided to come to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to threaten Wang Danfeng. If he defeats Wang Danfeng's father, the 10 directions celestial duke, Wang Qiu Kuang, he'll be able to intimidate Wang Danfeng and the compassionate celestial traveler sect. In the blink of an eye, Tai had guessed many things. Brother Lingtian. A hint of envy could be seen in Huana's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian announcing that he was Murong Bing's man. She was, naturally, envious of Murong Bing. Huana had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian. However, since Duan Lingtian was trying to distance himself from her, it could only be considered as a one-sided love. She was very disappointed about this. How wonderful would it be if I could have a place in his heart like Sister Murong Bing? Huaner sighed inwardly. A hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice resounded in the compassionate celestial traveler sect due to his rich celestial origin energy. I, Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man, have come to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiu Kuang, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. When Duan Lingtian's words resounded in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, silence fell upon the sect's estate. The high-ranking officials of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the ordinary disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Did you hear that voice? I'm not dreaming, right? You're not dreaming. I heard it as well. It's a man who claims to be Senior Sister Murong Bing. Most importantly, he's challenging the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Supreme Guardian is the second Guardian's father. He's also the only man in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Isn't he seeking death by challenging the Supreme Guardian? I'm curious. When did Senior Sister Murong Bing have a man? She's going to inherit the position of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She's not allowed to have sex. I don't know. Let's go and see what's going on. Who's he? Could it be that he's a lunatic? I think it's more likely that he's crazy. With Senior Sister Murong Bing's beauty, it's normal for a man to go crazy over her. Most of the disciples in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate were convinced that Duan Lingtian was a man who had gone crazy over Murong Bing's beauty after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man who had gone crazy and dared to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, they had forgotten something very important. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man, how could he have barged into the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate? How could he have made such a bold statement under the watchful eyes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples? At this moment, many of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples had already risen into the air and were flying toward the source of the voice. A hint of sympathy could be seen in their eyes as they made their way to the source of the voice. They pitied the man who had overestimated himself. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the man being killed by the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wait a minute. That person said his name is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the genius celestial alchemist who rose to prominence after the alchemy conference? Now that you mention it, I remember it as well. Duan Lingtian is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. He's also a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. It's said that although Master Duan is only a prominent celestial alchemist, in terms of alchemy skills, even the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect is inferior to him. It seems like he's really a lunatic. Not only did he think Senior Sister Murong Bing is his woman, but he also thinks he's the genius celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. His actions can be considered as a blasphemy against Senior Sister Bing and the Supreme Guardian. He'll definitely die today. More and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect thought the voice belonged to a lunatic. At the same time, more and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew toward the source of the voice. It was human nature to join in the fun. Even the female disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were no exception. In fact, as women, they were more inclined to join in the fun than men. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? This lunatic is delusional enough to think Junior Sister Murong Bing is his woman? Ridiculous. How arrogant. Moreover, he probably thinks he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? He must be tired of living. many elders from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew up into the air with furious expressions on their faces. Duan Lingtian? This does sound like the voice of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland, right? The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who had attended the alchemy conference with the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect found the voice familiar. Indeed, it was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's attitude toward Murong Bing during the alchemy conference, they could tell the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing was unusual. This alchemist Duan dares to challenge the Supreme Guardian? Is he crazy? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect left their residences as soon as they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian? Why is he here? Does he have a death wish? Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who had attended the alchemy conference with Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had also heard Duan Lingtian's voice. After the alchemy conference, she had learned about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing from Nangong Xiao. At that time, just like Nangong Xiao, she felt the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be able to climb up the social ladder after learning that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. The marriage between Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing was destined to become a legend in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After the alchemy conference ended, Lin Ru and Nangong Xiao even went to persuade Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, after they returned. When Wang Danfeng learned about the relationship between Murong Bing and Duan Lingtian, she was, naturally, furious. She wanted to kill Murong Bing. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's background in the central area, she decided not to kill Murong Bing for the time being since she was wary of Murong Bing. However, some time ago, there was news from the Cross region that the Blissful sect had investigated Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian did not have a background in the central area. He was just an ordinary person who had just ascended. When Wang Danfeng heard the news, she wanted to kill Murong Bing again. However, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, stopped her. Nangong Xiao's words were, "What if the Blissful sect made a mistake?" In the end, Wang Danfeng still imprisoned Murong Bing. At the same time, she waited for news from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's intelligence network. Chapter 29-20 Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian's voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, heard Duan Lingtian's voice as well. For a moment, her pupils constricted and her face darkened. Although she and her junior sister, Wang Danfeng, did not believe the news about the Blissful sect finding out about Duan Lingtian's background was true, she did not believe it. However, in her heart, she began to believe that piece of news a little more. After all, there was no smoke without fire. It was precisely because of this that she hated Duan Lingtian to the core. She hated Duan Lingtian for lying to her. After returning to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after the alchemy conference ended, she had told Wang Danfeng about the relationship between her niece, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Lingtian. This had caused a lot of trouble for her. If Duan Lingtian had not lied, she would have had time to think about how to deal with Wang Danfeng even if she found out about this matter sooner or later. However, now that her niece had been imprisoned, she was waiting for Wang Danfeng to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After confirming that Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background, her niece would most likely be in trouble. He dares to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Nangong Xiao could tell the voice belonged to Duan Lingtian whom she had met during the alchemy conference. However, she found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian would challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. She was one of the strongest people in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. However, Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 100 years old, possessed a high talent in alchemy, and was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, dared to challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Is he out of his mind? At this moment, even Nan Gongxiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, thought Duan Lingtian must be out of his mind. Swoosh! Nan Gongxiu's eyes flashed as her robes fluttered. In just a blink of an eye, she had disappeared from her cultivation palace. She had disappeared. Duan Lingtian? A woman who was instructing a young girl in the courtyard of the sect's mansion was standing in the courtyard. A beautiful woman who was instructing a young girl who was practicing swordsmanship and who was instructing her when she heard the voices when she Lingtian's SS words. Duan Lingtian? Hall. Sect. Lingis he? He? Sex is he? The girl in green beside the beautiful woman suddenly narrowed her eyes when she heard the voice coming from afar. Her face was filled with shock. Liu Luo, is that really the voice of Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? The beautiful woman asked coldly as she looked at the green-clad young girl with a piercing gaze. The green-clad young girl's heart skipped a beat when she saw the beautiful woman's piercing gaze. She hastily replied, "Master, that's his voice." The green-clad young girl was none other than Liu Luo, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom Duan Lingtian had met in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. The beautiful woman was none other than Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was also Liu Luo and Murong Bing's master. Wang Danfeng was also the daughter of Wang Qiuquang, the only 10 Directions celestial duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Good, very good. I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door. After obtaining Liu Luo's confirmation, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed coldly. Then, she disappeared from Liu Luo's sight. Master, wait for me. Although Liu Luo could not see the beautiful woman, she knew her master had gone to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. She quickly flew toward the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. Third senior sister must have heard Duan Lingtian's voice by now, right? Unfortunately, even if she hears his voice, she won't be able to leave that place. As Liu Luo made her way to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from, a beautiful figure appeared in her mind. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Why is he here? Moreover, he even said he wants to challenge Grandmaster? At the foot of a steep mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, there was a dilapidated courtyard. A woman who was sitting in front of an old wooden table in the courtyard suddenly rose to her feet. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by a hint of worry. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. She was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil covering her face. If one were to remove the veil, one could only imagine how devastatingly beautiful her face would be. The woman was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. This was the place where Murong Bing's master, Wang Danfeng, had imprisoned her. There were layers upon layers of formations around it, making it impossible for Murong Bing to escape. Could it be that he really has the background of a great family in the central area? The blissful sect didn't find out anything about him. However, if he brought someone here, why did he say that he wanted to challenge Grandmaster? At this moment, Murong Bing's heart was filled with confusion. She was certain that the voice belonged to that man. It was also because of this that she couldn't understand why that man would say those words. As far as she knew, although the man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as weak as an ant in front of a 10 directions celestial duke. In the depths of the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate, there was a steep mountain that pierced through the clouds. This was the tallest mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate. It was the best place to cultivate in the compassionate celestial traveler sect since it was the closest to the primitive celestial crystal vein that was under the sect's control. This was where Wang Qiu-Kuang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, cultivated. Originally, Wang Qiu-Kuang was sitting cross-legged in the air in a valley halfway up the mountain, cultivating. Suddenly, he heard the sound coming from outside, and he opened his eyes abruptly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Challenge me? Wang Qiu-Kuang was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He, Wang Qiu-Kuang, was not someone who could be easily challenged. Duan Lingtian? He had never heard of this name before. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a 10 directions celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions or even the borderlands. Soon after, Wang Qiu-Kuang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian's words and treated them as a joke that was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Duan Lingtian's voice spread through the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it did not take long for a group of people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect to surround Duan Lingtian and his companions. In the beginning, it was the patrolling disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After a while, a group of high-ranking officials from the compassionate celestial traveler sect arrived one after another. As time passed, more and more disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect came to join in the fun. He's that lunatic? Many people shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived. Is he really Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland? One of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's disciples cried out in surprise. She looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, for a moment before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. Many people were looking at the disciple from the compassionate celestial traveler sect in confusion when she looked at Huan again and said, "That's right." She continued to say, "I've long heard that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the wasteland, has a peerless beauty by his side. This is my first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Even the most beautiful woman in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, senior sister Murong Bing, pales in comparison to her. Based on her presence, it's clear that the purple-clad young man next to her is Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland. What a perfect woman! Such a woman! I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second one in this world, right? It seems like the purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian from the wasteland's Tai celestial sect." Initially, they thought it was a madman impersonating Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian standing next to Duan Lingtian, they were more or less certain of Duan Lingtian's identity. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duan Lingtian? It's really him? When the high-ranking officials of the compassionate celestial traveler sect looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of surprise could be seen in their eyes. "You are Duan Lingtian?" Just as the high-ranking officials and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were about to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity, a furious voice rang from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air before the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Guardian Dan Feng. Chapter 29-21. There were 3 9 palaces celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Nagong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was the first of the 3 9 palaces celestial dukes to appear. The people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng when they saw her. Moreover, after the group of people came back to their senses, they greeted Wang Danfeng respectfully. Guardian Danfeng! Guardian Danfeng! Although Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was not as strong as Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, compared to Lin Ru, they were much more nervous in front of Wang Danfeng. This was because Wang Danfeng's temper was worse than Lin Ru's. Moreover, Wang Danfeng's father was the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a 10 Directions celestial duke. He was an irreplaceable pillar of the sect. Even the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was respectful, and did not dare to act recklessly in front of the supreme guardian. Guardian Danfeng? Duan Lingtian had noticed the beautiful woman as soon as she appeared. Based on the way the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect addressed her, he could guess her identity. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was also Murong Bing's master. Duan Lingtian's purpose in coming to the compassionate celestial traveler sect was to intimidate Wang Danfeng so she would not dare to act rashly against Murong Bing. Wang Danfeng was a graceful and beautiful woman. She was dressed elegantly. It was obvious she was a person who cared about dressing up. Moreover, Wang Danfeng looked like she was in her 30s at most. Although she was more mature than ordinary young women, she had a unique charm. However, when Wang Danfeng appeared, she looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It seems that she already knows what happened between me and Murong Bing. Sensing Wang Danfeng's cold gaze, Duan Lingtian's complexion slightly changed. At the same time, he couldn't help but become impatient. Since she knows about my relationship with Murong Bing, there's no way she'll let Murong Bing off so easily. Perhaps she's afraid of the major clans in the central area backing me up. However, the blissful sect has long found out about me. Moreover, the blissful sect is closer to the compassionate celestial traveler sect than the Tai celestial sect. The compassionate celestial traveler sect must have received news that the blissful sect has found out about me. Under such circumstances, Murong Bing, she... At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to think about it. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His divine sense extended, and the first thing he sensed was Wang Danfeng's existence, because Wang Danfeng was really too dazzling. Her cultivation base as a 9 palaces celestial duke made her stand out among the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. As Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness, he discovered 2 other 9 palaces celestial dukes flying toward him one after another. He was not unfamiliar with these 2 people. He had seen them at the last alchemy conference. They were Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Lin Ru. However, since Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was currently at the level of a 6 combos celestial king, Wang Danfeng, Nangong Xiao, and Lin Ru were unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness. The entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate was shrouded by Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. A 10 Directions celestial duke? It seems like he's the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Danfeng's father, Wang Qiu Kuang. Duan Lingtian, who had shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect with his divine consciousness, quickly discovered Wang Qiu Kuang's presence. At the same time, Wang Qiu Kuang was unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness as well. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian finally discovered Murong Bing's presence. After confirming that Murong Bing was fine, he withdrew his divine consciousness. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. You're Duan Lingtian? Wang Danfeng had always been looking coldly at Duan Lingtian, and only when she saw the lingering fear on Duan Lingtian's face did she question in a cold voice. Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's purpose was to intimidate Wang Danfeng, she was still Murong Bing's master, Therefore, he still knew how to act courteously. Wang Danfeng's cold expression did not ease at all when she saw Duan Lingtian bowing to her. However, her eyes flashed. If it was said that she was still angry when she confirmed Duan Lingtian's arrival in the beginning, however, now that she saw Duan Lingtian, she calmed down a little. At the same time, he could not help but scan the surroundings from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see if there were any powerhouses who had followed Duan Lingtian and were hiding by his side. Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Tai Taihe from the Tai Celestial Sect. At this moment, Tai Taihe, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, followed suit and bowed to Wang Danfeng. Guardian Danfeng, there's no need for you to look. Only the three of us have come to visit your sect. There's no fourth person, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He could see through Wang Danfeng's thoughts. Apart from that, it's just as the blissful sect found out, I have no background. I'm only an ascender from a mundane realm to the spirit overarching heaven, Duan Lingtian continued to say. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Danfeng meaningfully before he added, I'm sure you've heard about the blissful sect's investigation of my background, right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. A hint of suspicion could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how dare you deceive me? A familiar voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was standing next to Nangong Xiao like a shadow. Sect leader Nangong, Guardian Lin Ru? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and greeted them with a smile on his face. Although he did not have much contact with Lin Ru, he did not have any enmity with her. Although Nangong Xiao had sent people to hunt him down, Nangong Xiao's protection of Murong Bing had left him with a good impression of Nangong Xiao. Sect leader Nangong fabricated the identity of a major clan in the central area because he was forced to do so. Duan Lingtian sighed when he saw Nangong Xiao glaring at him. I hope you can understand. You deceived me, and you want me to understand you? The fury in Nangong Xiao's eyes soared. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder. Sect leader Nangong, can we talk about our matters later? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw the furious Nangong Xiao. He said bluntly, I came here to challenge Wang Qiu Kuang, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It won't be too late to talk about our matters after I challenge Wang Qiu Kuang. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he instinctively looked at Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Qiu Kuang was Wang Danfeng's biological father. You want to challenge my father? Wang Danfeng sneered as she looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. If you don't come from a major clan in the central area, don't even think about leaving the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect alive! As soon as Wang Danfeng finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged from her body again. The expressions of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples changed drastically. They instinctively retreated to put some distance between them and Wang Danfeng. It seems like Guardian Dan Feng doesn't believe I'm strong enough to challenge your father. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Wang Danfeng's disdain. When he spoke again, his tone suddenly changed. His tone changed as he said, In that case, I'll show you if I'm strong enough to challenge your father. At the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his originally calm eyes focused abruptly. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! Thunderous explosions rang in the air around Duan Lingtian as purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. As soon as the purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body, it transformed into thousands of purple beams. Swoosh! 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 Before the 3-9 Palace's celestial dukes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect could react, Duan Lingtian's purple energy had transformed into thousands of purple beams that shot toward Wang Danfeng again. When Wang Danfeng regained her senses and tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack, she discovered the purple beams had no intention of attacking her. Instead, around her body, they converged and formed a cage made entirely of purple light, trapping her inside. Swoosh! Although Duanling Tian did not attack her, Wang Danfeng's expression could not help but change when she saw Duanling Tian cast such a technique in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Negong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed drastically when they saw Wang Danfeng's expression. I'm afraid only a 10-direction celestial duke or stronger would be able to cast such a technique right under our noses, right? Negong Xiao and Lin Ru glanced at each other, and Lin Ru's slightly trembling voice sounded in their ears. Negong Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Ru's words. The elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were stunned when they saw Wang Danfeng trapped in a purple cage. Withdraw! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian slowly extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Chapter 29-22. The light from the purple cage shone brightly before it shrunk again. It shrouded Wang Danfeng and trapped her. Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. She tried her best to resist the purple cage, but it was futile. The purple energy was like an endless torrential river that slammed into her body. Every time her celestial origin energy rose, it would be mercilessly destroyed. At this moment, Wang Danfeng had a feeling of being a fish on a chopping block. At the same time, there was only a deep sense of helplessness in the depths of her heart. Purple Chi from the east! Negong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed again when they saw Wang Danfeng was being restrained. They recognized the technique Duanling Tian had cast. It was the profound heaven celestial sextuple grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. Moreover, they could tell Duanling Tian had completely comprehended and mastered the Eastern Purple Chi. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the Eastern Purple Chi as though it was his own arm. Duanling Tian, let go of my junior sister! Although Negong Xiao was shocked by Duanling Tian's strength and techniques, she still made a move when she saw Wang Danfeng being restrained by Duanling Tian. Swoosh! His figure was like the wind as he tore through the sky and flashed towards Duanling Tian. Although Lin Ru did not say anything, she followed closely behind Negong Xiao. She was prepared to join forces with Negong Xiao to deal with Duanling Tian. If it was in the past, they would not take Duanling Tian seriously at all regardless of alchemy Dao. In the past, they would never have imagined that they would join forces to deal with Duanling Tian. Moreover, even if they joined forces, they were not confident they could defeat Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian's strength was too strong. He was at least a 10-direction celestial duke, or even stronger. When Negong Xiao and Lin Ru had just moved, Duanling Tian had already noticed them. However, Duanling Tian did not look at them. His gaze was still fixed on Wang Danfeng, who was still struggling bitterly. If not for the fact that this woman was Murong Bing's teacher and Murong Bing had deep feelings for her, he would have killed her long ago to prevent any future troubles. Although Duanling Tian had a 10-direction celestial duke as his backer, he was still a 10-direction celestial duke. However, now that he could even kill a 1 basic celestial king, why would he be afraid of a mere 10-direction celestial duke? Akala! As Negong Xiao and Lin Ru rapidly approached, Duanling Tian still did not shift his gaze. However, with a thought, a surge of energy rose from his body once again. A few moments later, the silhouette of a golden Buddha that was shrouded in purple chi appeared around Duanling Tian, shielding him firmly in the middle. Boom! Rumble! No matter how hard Negong Xiao and Lin Ru attacked, the golden Buddha's shadow that rose from Duanling Tian's body did not show any signs of dissipating. When the two women's attacks landed on the golden Buddha's shadow, it felt like they were merely scratching an itch. They were not a threat to him at all. 9 Suns Lotus Seat! World-cleansing horsetail whisk! Negong Xiao and Lin Ru were shocked by Duanling Tian's terrifying defense. Then, they took out their king-grade celestial weapons with a solemn expression on their faces. A lotus seat appeared in Negong Xiao's hand. There were 9 boys standing in 3 rows on top of the lotus seat. There were 5 boys below the lotus seat, 3 boys above the 5 boys, and 1 boy above the 3 boys. This was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the 9 Suns Lotus Seat. It was the strongest of the compassionate celestial traveler sects, 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Whoosh! With a solemn expression on her face, Nangong Xiu channeled her celestial origin energy into the 9 Suns Lotus Seat. The 9 Suns Lotus Seat shone brightly as 2 clones appeared. Apart from the main body that remained in Nangong Xiu's hand, one of the clones appeared beneath Nangong Xiu's feet. At the same time, it expanded and supported Nangong Xiu. The other doppelganger turned into a huge shadow and enveloped Nangong Xiu like an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, the Horsetail Whisk in Lin Ru's hand was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing had found this Horsetail Whisk in the little world that they had entered together. It was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sects, 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the world-cleansing Horsetail Whisk. The world-cleansing Horsetail Whisk had been lost for many years until Murong Bing found it a few years ago. The compassionate celestial traveler sect's other sect guarding celestial weapon was in the possession of Wang Qiuquang, Wang Danfeng's father, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The sect leader even took out the 9 Suns Lotus Seat. Is Duan Lingtian's defense really that terrifying? Isn't it obvious? Before the sect leader used her king-grade celestial weapon, she and Guardian Lin Ru were still unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defense even after joining forces. How can his defense not be terrifying? Now that Guardian Lin Ru has taken out her world-cleansing Horsetail Whisk, 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes and 2 king-grade celestial weapons should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's defense is breached, there's no doubt about his strength. At the very least, he's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian's strength was simply too shocking. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. However, she did not even have the strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian. Although Wang Danfeng had underestimated Duan Lingtian and was careless, it was also because of Duan Lingtian's strength that he was capable of doing this. Now that the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had joined forces and even took out 2 of the sect's sect-guarding celestial weapons, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect watched intently. Most of them were certain the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense with their king-grade celestial weapons. However, their confidence in the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes was shaken. That's also a king-grade celestial weapon? It's impossible for a duke-grade celestial weapon to have such an aura. The people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect could clearly see a celestial weapon appearing in the purple-clad young man's hand as soon as Nangong and Lin Ru took out their king-grade celestial weapons. That immortal artifact was an umbrella. There were strange patterns drawn on the umbrella's body. There were also strange patterns engraved on the umbrella's handle. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the purple-clothed young man's hand, it opened and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it was in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that was propped up by the purple-clothed young man. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand, it was shrouded in a layer of golden light. A faint purple energy could be seen on the umbrella's surface as well. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the umbrella shone with a dazzling light that resonated with the golden Buddha silhouette and the purple energy before it seemed to merge with the umbrella. At the same time, Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks with their king-grade celestial weapons arrived as well. Nangong held the 9 Children Lotus Seat in her hand. The 9 Children Lotus Seat trembled, and the 9 boys on it seemed to have come to life as they opened their eyes one after another. In the next moment, swoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the 9 boys left the lotus seat and charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. During this process, the bodies of the 9 boys continued to expand as though they were being blown by the wind. When the 9 boys came into contact with the golden Buddha silhouette that was holding up an umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body, their bodies shone brightly as though they were members of a suicide squad. Almost at the same time, they self-destructed. Boom! Rumble! The 9 boys self-destructed at the same time. The sound of self-destruction mixed together and seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. It even caused the space at the point of explosion to tremble. Waves of shocking air waves swept out in all directions. As for the golden Buddha's shadow holding the umbrella, it also trembled and swayed when the 9 children self-destructed at the same time. It gave off a feeling that it was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the golden Buddha's silhouette holding the umbrella was on the verge of collapsing due to the self-destruction of the 9 boys, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air again. Lin Ru had made her move after Nangong's performance. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk seemed to have come to life in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the void trembled as a gust of wind whistled out toward Duan Lingtian. The gust of wind whistled through the air like a ferocious beast from ancient times. It opened its bloody mouth and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The golden Buddha silhouette that was shaken by the 9 boys' self-destruction trembled again when it was hit by the gust of wind. Is Duan Lingtian's defense going to be breached? The group of elders and disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect stared at the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body. Their hearts trembled slightly as a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. However, what happened next disappointed them. The golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body continued to sway. When it regained its footing, it was as still as a mountain. Since Nangong, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, had taken care of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's disciples on the scene, none of them were affected by the shockwave of her and Lin Ru's attack. This is not enough to breach his defense? His king-grade celestial weapon isn't simple. Moreover, it seems to be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now, I'm certain he's at least a 10-direction celestial duke. The elders and disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to fend off Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks. At the same time, they shifted their attention to the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shone with purple, golden, and profound rays. It seemed to be able to ward off all the wind and rain in the world. He's finally here? While the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the sky in the distance. Chapter 29-23. At the very least, no one, including the 3 9 palaces celestial dukes of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, noticed the newcomer when Duan Lingtian discovered him. Although this person's speed was fast, he could not escape Duan Lingtian's eyes. Swoosh! A moment later, as though a gust of wind had blown past, a tall and sturdy figure appeared beside Wang Danfeng out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man. Supreme Guardian! Supreme Guardian! Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, were the first to regain their senses. They were not surprised by the newcomer's appearance. After all, they had used 2 of the compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapons to attack Duan Lingtian. Supreme Guardian? He's the Supreme Guardian? Although the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had more or less heard about the Supreme Guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, this was their first time seeing him in person. At that moment, all of their gazes were focused on the Supreme Protector. Supreme Guardian! Supreme Guardian! The eyes of the elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect lit up when they saw Wang Qiuquang, the Supreme Guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Previously, Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru had joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian, but they were still unable to break through his defenses. This had caused their hearts to sink. However, Wang Qiuquang's arrival gave them hope. Father! When Wang Danfeng, who was imprisoned by Duan Lingtian, saw her father, tears welled up in her eyes again. Although she was a 9 palaces celestial duke and the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she was only a daughter in front of Wang Qiuquang. When a daughter was wronged, it was fine if her father was not around. She could not help but vent her emotions when she saw her father. Fulmer! Seeing the tears in Wang Danfeng's eyes, Wang Qiuquang's expression turned ugly. He raised his hand, and surges of immortal origin energy swept forth like a flood and enveloped Wang Danfeng's body. Wherever Wang Qiuquang's celestial elemental energy passed through, the purple qi on Wang Danfeng's body was also annihilated. It was as if it had never existed. As for Wang Danfeng, she also regained her freedom. The eyes of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect brightened when they saw Wang Qiuquang had broken free from Wang Danfeng's restraints. After all, the binding that the 9 palaces' immortal monarchs were unable to do anything to was undone by Wang Qiuquang. This meant that Wang Qiuquang's strength far surpassed that of the 9 palaces' immortal monarchs. Furthermore, Wang Qiuquang's ability to undo the restraints that Duan Lingtian had placed on Wang Danfeng made many people subconsciously feel that Wang Qiuquang was not any weaker than Duan Lingtian. However, they did not know that when Wang Qiuquang appeared, Duan Lingtian had already removed the power that was binding Wang Danfeng. Otherwise, even if Wang Qiuquang made a move, it would be impossible to remove the restraints on Wang Danfeng. Who are you? Wang Qiuquang asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a piercing gaze. His tone was cold and condescending, as though he was a superior who was questioning a subordinate. Although Duan Lingtian had introduced himself, Wang Qiuquang had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, he did not associate the purple-clad young man with the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. In his opinion, it was impossible for the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to possess such strength. Before Wang Qiuquang arrived, he had already sensed the commotion. With his divine consciousness, he had witnessed how Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru were unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses even after they had joined forces with their king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Qiuquang had also sensed Duan Lingtian's defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to question Duan Lingtian like this. After all, if Duan Lingtian did not use his defensive king-grade celestial weapon to block Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's king-grade celestial weapons, based on this, Wang Qiuquang was certain Duan Lingtian was at least a quasi-celestial king, or even a celestial king. In front of a quasi-celestial king or a celestial king, Wang Qiuquang, a mere 10 directions celestial duke, did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone question Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had taken out the umbrella earlier because he did not want to waste his celestial origin energy. As for the umbrella, it was a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that he had obtained from the little world where he had obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. Apart from obtaining the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, Duan Lingtian had also obtained a few king-grade celestial weapons. One of the king-grade celestial weapons was the umbrella that he had taken out earlier. "You're questioning me?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Wang Qiuquang's question. Then, a powerful energy surged out of his body and shot toward Wang Qiuquang. It was none other than his celestial origin energy. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept out and pressed down on Wang Qiuquang. His celestial origin energy and divine consciousness that were comparable to a 6 combos celestial king surged out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness pressed down on Wang Qiuquang's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's terrifying aura. In the face of Duan Lingtian's ferocious celestial origin energy, Wang Qiuquang's celestial origin energy was completely destroyed by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Qiuquang was sent flying. As he was sent flying, he coughed up blood as if it was free. Wang Qiuquang only managed to regain his footing after he was sent flying for several hundred meters. Even Li Ping, a 1 basic celestial king from the blissful sect, was killed by me. How dare a mere 10 directions celestial duke question me? After injuring Wang Qiuquang, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy back into his body in just a blink of an eye. After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy, he sneered disdainfully at Wang Chiu Kuang, who was standing a few hundred meters away. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Wang Danfeng was standing next to Wang Chiu Kuang earlier. Although Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were not directed at her, she could still sense the terrifying aura from the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Although the aura was not directed at her, it was stifling to the point of suffocation. The aura had surpassed the level of a celestial duke. Even the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy of a quasi-celestial king would not be able to emit such a terrifying aura. He held back earlier? In Wang Danfeng's heart, such a thought suddenly popped up without any warning. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, fear crept into her heart. It took a long time for her to calm down. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Moreover, he was killed by you even after he had broken through? In the distance, Wang Qiuquang, who was injured by Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to think about how terrifying Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed drastically. I, Duan Lingtian, am not one to lie. It won't be long before news of this matter reaches my ears, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. While Duan Lingtian was speaking, Wang Qiuquang recalled the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy that Duan Lingtian had used on him earlier. After a while, he began to believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to injure Wang Qiuquang to such an extent with just his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Wang Qiuquang seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Why, you said you're Duan Lingtian? Currently, Wang Qiuquang was looking at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Was Duan Lingtian not the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. Today, I came to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, a 10-direction celestial duke. In response to Wang Qiuquang's question, Duan Lingtian repeated what he had said when he first entered the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His voice was the same, and his words were the same as well. At this moment, Wang Qiuquang was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. Master Duan. Although Wang Qiuquang was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, he had no time to be shocked. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian wanted to challenge him. If it was said that he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously before this and felt Duan Lingtian was not qualified to fight him at all, however, at this moment, he did not dare to fight Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Duan Lingtian was able to injure him to such an extent with just his celestial origin energy. Alchemist Duan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wang Qiuquang asked with a wry smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The reason he asked this was naturally because Duan Lingtian did not challenge anyone else but him. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and even the compassionate celestial traveler sect, stand behind her disciple, Murong Bing. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Wang Qiuquang was thinking. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Wang Danfeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Danfeng and continued speaking indifferently. Chapter 29-24. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect can't afford to offend Murong Bing. I'm here today to let you know that if anything happens to Murong Bing, I, Duan Lingtian, will not only kill you, but I'll also annihilate the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was calm, but when the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect heard his words, they felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's domineering aura. If Duan Lingtian had said these words before today, they would have scoffed. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength and hearing his words, they felt that Duan Lingtian was qualified to say such words. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, even Wang Qiuquang was looking at Wang Danfeng. Danfeng. Most of the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect did not know why Duan Lingtian had said those words. It was as though Wang Danfeng would harm Murong Bing. However, as Wang Danfeng's biological father, Wang Qiuquang knew about the relationship between Murong Bing and Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Danfeng. I know you're not willing to let Binger be with this man, and you hate Binger for failing to live up to your expectations. However, you've seen it for yourself. Binger's man is at least a celestial king, and he's not an ordinary celestial king. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easy for him to annihilate the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wang Qiuquang's tone was filled with helplessness as he spoke through voice transmission. Father, I know. At this moment, Wang Danfeng's expression was extremely unsightly. She did not expect the man whom she wanted to kill to sully her disciple's purity was actually a celestial king. She knew she would not be able to do anything to her disciple from today onward. If she still wanted to do anything to her disciple, not only would the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stop her, but her father as well. Binger! You've found yourself a good man. Wang Danfeng gritted her teeth as she muttered to herself. The feeling of being forced into a corner was driving her crazy. Bing Duan Binger, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian Tian, Duan Lingtian, Duan sect, Duan Tian's a Duan Dutian and heaven's a Duan Tian celestial sectan. When Murong Bing heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate in just a blink of an eye. Even Wang Qiuquang, the old ancestor of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, felt as though Duan Lingtian and his two disciples had vanished into thin air. Needless to say, the others were shocked as well. What a fast speed! Even a one basic celestial king isn't as fast as him. Wang Qiuquang was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. At the same time, he made up his mind to keep an eye on his daughter and protect his grand disciple, Murong Bing. He's so powerful. Third senior sister seems to have found herself a good man. But why didn't he bring third senior sister away? Liu Luo was among the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After Duan Lingtian and his two disciples left, an expression of disbelief and shock remained on her face for a long time. 1,000 years later? I don't even know if I'll still be alive after 1,000 years. When Murong Bing heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she thought Duan Lingtian had been forced to leave the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She could not help but smile bitterly. As for why Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission, she thought someone had informed him of her location. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission. Although she could also transmit her voice to Duan Lingtian's location, she was certain the people around Duan Lingtian would hear her. For this reason, she did not reply to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, Murong Bing was certain Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background in the central area. Otherwise, why would he be forced to leave? She felt that once Duan Lingtian left, her master, Wang Danfeng, would no longer be as cautious as before. She would surely come over to kill her at the first possible moment to quell her anger. On the other side, Junior sister, are you going to release Binger, or should I do it for you? Although Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, wanted to release Murong Bing immediately, he could not help but sniff Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Danfeng was Murong Bing's master, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and the daughter of the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader, I'll let you do this for me. Wang Danfeng did not respond to Nangong Xiu. However, her father, Wang Qiuquang, responded to Nangong Xiu on her behalf. At the same time, he raised his hand and released his celestial origin energy before he brought Wang Danfeng away. Yes, Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiu's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Qiuquang's reply. She immediately made her way to the place where Murong Bing was being held captive by Wang Danfeng. Senior uncle, I'm going to bring third senior sister out as well. Liu Luo's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Nangong Xiu, who had just made her move, released a gentle energy and brought Liu Luo along. After Nangong Xiu brought Liu Luo away, Lin Ru left as well. At this moment, only the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect remained. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Based on what the sect leader said, senior sister Murong Bing has been imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng? What? What's going on? Also, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have said he's senior sister Murong Bing's man. Isn't senior sister Murong going to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? She can't find another man, right? She's imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng. Before that Duan Lingtian left, he even threatened Guardian Danfeng. It's as though he's worried Guardian Danfeng would harm senior sister Murong. Could it be? Although a few elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect knew what had happened, they did not dare to speak carelessly. However, even if they did not say anything, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect could vaguely guess what had happened. Guardian Danfeng killed one of her disciples because she had an affair with another man. She had high hopes for that disciple to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It seems like senior sister Murong's situation is similar to her senior sister's situation. The situation is similar. However, the difference is senior sister Murong has found a powerful man. He's so powerful that Guardian Danfeng can't do anything about it. I really envy senior sister Murong for being able to find such a powerful man. That man is not even 100 years old, but he's already a celestial king. I wonder how heaven-defying his future will be. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. The disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked that Murong Bing had found such a powerful man and a celestial king who was not even 100 years old. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. I wonder if there's another celestial king in the Southern Heaven territory apart from Master Duan. I don't think so. Before Master Duan appeared, I've never heard of a celestial king who's not even 100 years old in the Southern Heaven territory. I don't think so as well. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Master Duan seemed to have said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area. Perhaps Master Duan's background isn't in the Southern Heaven territory? He only said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area, but he didn't say that he doesn't have any other background. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect felt that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background that surpassed any force in the Southern Heaven territory. Also, Master Duan said that he's a transcender? Does this mean that Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse with his memories? If that's the case, everything makes sense. The stronger one is, the greater the risk of being reincarnated. For some people in the mundane realms, it's not too risky to be reincarnated. However, once one ascends to the Devata realms and becomes a celestial, it's extremely dangerous to be reincarnated. If Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse, he must be a powerful sectless cultivator in his past life even if he doesn't have a powerful background. When the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect recalled Duan Lingtian saying that he was a transcender, they began to speculate. Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so much when he was not even 100 years old? As the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves, Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, brought Liu Luo to the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Nangong made her move, the formations in the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned were broken. Third senior sister! As soon as the formation was dispelled, Liu Luo rushed in and tightly hugged Murong Bing, who was still in a daze. Liu Luo! Senior Ant Sect leader? Murong Bing glanced at the girl in green who was hugging her before her gaze landed on Nangong Xiu, who was descending from the sky not far away. Murong Bing's eyes and face were filled with confusion. She had thought her master would be the first to arrive after Duan Lingtian left. Moreover, her master would most likely kill her. Chapter 29-25. Binger, you can leave this place now. Seeing Murong Bing's blank expression, Nangong Xiu smiled faintly. Her eyes were filled with doting love. At the same time, she sighed in relief. Although Duan Lingtian had lied to her during the alchemy conference, she was still pleased with his arrival and Duan Lingtian's strength. At the very least, she no longer had to worry about her junior sister harming her niece. Her niece had found herself a good man. Leave this place? Murong Bing smiled bitterly. Is Master going to punish me? Senior Aunt, did she ask you and Liu Luo to pick me up so we can meet one last time? Although Murong Bing had already expected this outcome, she could not remain as calm as before when she was faced with it in real life. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You're fine now. Your master won't punish you anymore. Nangong shook his head and smiled. Third senior sister, the man you found is too powerful. Even Grand Master doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. At this time, Lulu left Murong Bing's embrace and raised her head to look at Murong Bing, her slightly immature face filled with excitement. Based on her words, it was as though she was the one who had acted recklessly in front of the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and not Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing was confused. She had no idea what had happened. It was only when Liu Luo told her what had happened that she finally understood what the man had done. He had easily imprisoned her master, Wan Dan Feng, a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Then, he managed to stop her senior aunt, Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru, 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes who were stronger than her master, had joined forces and even used the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect guarding celestial weapons. Even then, they were still unable to break through the man's defenses. He is an immortal king expert? Murong Bing's heart skipped a beat when she learned that even her Grand Master's father, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Wang Qiu Quam, was so intimidated that he did not dare to act recklessly. Although, when that man had just arrived and threatened to challenge her Grand Master, she knew that he had come. However, she had never thought that he really had the strength to defeat her Grand Master. After all, her Grand Master, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was the strongest person in the sect. He was a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. In fact, when the man told her that he would come back to pick her up after 1,000 years, she thought that he had returned empty-handed. She had never thought that, not only did that man subdue her master with a flip of his palm, but he also easily withstood the joint attack of her sect leader and guardian Lin Ru. Then, when her Grand Master appeared, he was so scared that he did not dare to accept the challenge. Moreover, he had even forced her extremely prideful master to compromise. Murong Bing was so shocked that she was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Senior sister, he came for you, but why didn't he take you away? Why didn't he see you leave? Liu Luo was confused. Binger, did he speak to you before he left? As the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke, Nangong, naturally, knew that it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to communicate with Murong Bing if he wanted to. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. Then, she looked in the direction where the voice transmission came from and muttered to herself. He told me that he would come back to pick me up after 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Liu Luo's eyes widened. So long? To Liu Luo, 1,000 years was indeed a long time since she was not even 100 years old. 1,000 years. It seems like he has something to do in the coming days, so it's not convenient for him to bring you along, Nangong speculated. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. If it's not convenient for him to bring third senior sister along, why is it convenient for him to bring that woman along? Luluo was non-committal as she coldly snorted. Murong Bing remained silent. Binger, although I don't know what's the relationship between Master Duan and the white-clad woman, the way Master Duan looked at her was more like the way an elder brother would look at his younger sister. It wasn't the kind of love a man would give to a woman, Nangong said. Although she had not experienced love for most of her life, as the saying went, even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. Due to this reason, she could tell Duan Lingtian did not have any feelings for the white-clad woman. Upon hearing Nangong's words, Murong Bing's eyes lit up. Nangong sighed inwardly when she saw the light in Murong Bing's eyes. There was one more thing she did not say. It was, although the way Duan Lingtian looked at the white-clad woman did not seem to be filled with affection, the way the white-clad woman looked at Duan Lingtian was as though she was looking at her lover. Since Master Duan has told you that he'll come for you after 1,000 years, it means he has his own considerations. 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye for celestials like us. Nangong continued. Therefore, Binger, you should stay in the sect for the next 1,000 years and wait for Master Duan to come for you. After a while, Nangong added, Binger, don't go and see your master for the next few days. I'm afraid she won't be happy to see you. I'll go with you in a few days, Nangong said. Thank you, senior uncle sect leader. Murong Bing knew that with her master's pride, she would be in a bad mood after being forced to lower her head. If she went to see her master now, although her master would not dare to touch her due to the man's strength, she would not be happy. Brother Lingtian, why didn't you take Sister Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? After Duan Lingtian left the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Huaner, who had remained silent in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. It's easy for me to take her away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, but I can't guarantee her safety if she comes with me, Duan Lingtian said truthfully. Therefore, I think it's best for her to stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to protect her, I'll come and take her away. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned to look at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate and thought to himself, if I can return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years, I'll come and take you back. Duan Lingtian was certain he would be strong enough to roam the Devata realms if he could return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years. Guardian Tai. Duan Lingtian looked at Tai He and said with a glint in his eyes, Now that the matter with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is over, I don't plan to return to the sect. I plan to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and 2 memory celestial talismans appeared in his hand. These 2 memory celestial talismans contain the Blissful Sex Duke Grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sex Duke Grade Divine Ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. After a while, Duan Lingtian brought the 2 memory celestial talismans to Tai He with his celestial origin energy. Master Duan. Tai He became anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You should personally hand these memory celestial talismans to the sect leader. Moreover, don't you owe Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sect, a favor? Aren't you going to return the favor before leaving? In order to persuade Duan Lingtian to stay, Tai He even mentioned Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sect. Previously, when Duan Lingtian returned to the wasteland with the people from the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sect, he had promised Jian Qiu Luo that he would return the favor. I haven't forgotten sect leader Jian's favor. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, Elder Tai, when you return to the sect, tell the sect leader to give one of the Duke Grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities to the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sect after he or someone else has completely mastered them. This way, I'll be able to return the favor to Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. I'm sure the sect leader won't refuse this. If sect master refuses, I'll return the favor myself in the future. Moreover, please bid farewell to the sect leader, Master Situ, and the others on my behalf. Tell them that I'll visit them if I have the chance in the future. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Tai Tai's reply before he left with Huaner. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Tai Taihe could only smile wryly when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner vanishing into thin air. Master Duan left in such a hurry. Initially, Tai Taihe thought Duan Lingtian would only consider leaving the borderlands for the central area after returning to the Tai Celestial Sect. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would leave the borderlands for the central area as soon as he left the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Duan Lingtian brought Huaner and Huaner to a forest in just a blink of an eye. Huaner, I'll leave the rest of the journey to the central area. Currently, I have enough celestial origin energy for 2 or 3 more celestial kings. If I travel on my own, I'm afraid I won't have enough celestial origin energy for 2 more celestial kings before we reach the central area. There was no need for Duan Lingtian to hide anything from Huaner. Although he had tried to conserve his celestial origin energy during the journey to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, he had still expended a lot of it. Currently, his strength was only comparable to a 5 elements celestial king. Brother Lingtian, you should rest. Save your celestial origin energy for when you need it, Huaner said. Chapter 29-26. Currently, I've completely comprehended and mastered the Triple Trait Duke Grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the Triple Trait Duke Grade Divine Ability, the Eastern Violet Chi. The only technique that I can still use now is the Assist-type Heaven Grade Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. However, to the current me, these methods are already enough. What I have to do now is to raise my cultivation base. Although my celestial origin energy and soul are at the level of a celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, it's still not my true strength. What I can rely on, and what I can rely on even more, is still my own strength. Duan Lingtian's strength was still comparable to a 5 elements celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. However, Duan Lingtian was not blinded by this. Although he felt as though he was a celestial king every time he unleashed his strength, he knew he was still an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as the energy from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was depleted, his strength would return to its original state. Apart from that, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon could not be used indefinitely. It could only be used 3 times. Duan Lingtian had already used it once. In other words, he only had 2 uses left. It's also because my opponents are weaker than me when I'm using the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy wouldn't have been depleted so slowly. Duan Lingtian knew the reason his celestial origin energy was depleted so slowly was because he had yet to encounter opponents who were on par with him, or slightly weaker than him. Even if he was evenly matched with his opponent, he would still be able to defeat and even kill him when his celestial origin energy was depleted. On the other hand, his opponents who were slightly weaker than him would be able to turn the tables and defeat him. After all, the energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was constantly being depleted. The energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon will be depleted as time passes. Unless I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, the longer I fight, the faster my energy will be depleted. Apart from that, even if I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, my energy will be depleted as well. Duan Lingtian knew the reason the energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was depleted so slowly was because his opponents were not strong. The strongest opponent he faced was a 1 basic celestial king who had just become a celestial king. If I had used the consumable royal grade celestial weapon earlier, I would have used up most of my strength even if I could kill a 9 palaces celestial king. Even if I'm facing an opponent who's weaker than a 9 palaces celestial king, it's a royal grade celestial weapon. I can't rely on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, I can't rely on it. I can't rely royal-grade celestial strength. In the end, it's still my own strength that's more important. Due to this reason, Duan Tian immersed himself in his cultivation throughout the rest of the journey. Since he had the king-grade celestial technique, the Tai profound method, and 99 heavenly veins, Duan Tian's cultivation speed was not slow at all even without the heaven and earth spirit energy from Huana's divine crystal. Since they were outside, Duan Tian did not dare to expose Huana's divine crystal. With his current divine consciousness, he would be able to predict the presence of a 5 elements celestial king. However, who knew if he would encounter a 5 elements celestial king? For this reason, Duan Tian did not dare to take the risk. Divine crystals were too precious. Let alone celestial kings, even celestial lords and ordinary celestial emperors would covet divine crystals. After traveling for about half a month, Duan Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Tian opened his eyes, a group of figures flew toward him at an extremely fast speed. A 1 basic celestial duke. 8 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Tian's divine consciousness that was equivalent to a 5 elements celestial king's divine consciousness was easily detected by the newcomers. What a beautiful woman! In just a blink of an eye, the 9 figures arrived before Duan Tian and Duan Tian, blocking their path. The short, middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group gasped when he saw Huaner. After sucking in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashed with a greedy luster, like a hungry wolf that had encountered a delicious prey. Big brother, it seems like we're in luck today. Not only will we be able to rob them, but we'll also be able to rob them of their beauty. A young man among the group of 8 looked at Huaner with a greedy expression on his face. Everyone had a love for beauty. Huana's beauty was unparalleled in the world. It was difficult for a normal man not to be attracted to her. The 9 of them were experienced in robbing passers-by in this area. Since the woman was leading the group, it meant she was stronger than the other man. Moreover, she was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial at most. 8 of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and 1 of them was a 1 basic celestial duke. Not to mention that the purple-clothed young man that the woman brought away might not necessarily be as strong as her. Even if he was stronger than her, they would not be afraid. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman in my life. If I can have sex with her, I'll have no regrets in life. I agree. She's too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. We're in luck today. 6 of the other 7 looked at her with gleaming eyes. Their words were even more unbridled. It was as if they could already see Huaner becoming their captive and letting them do whatever they wanted to her. Big brother. At this moment, one of the 9 men who had been silent all this while stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and was dressed in a plain robe. He looked at the 1 basic celestial duke and said, "Why don't we give up on this deal?" The middle-aged man said as he looked at Duan Tian, who was sitting cross-legged next to Huaner. Duan Tian was looking at them calmly. Although the middle-aged man had never seen Duan Tian before, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw how calm Huaner and Duan Tian were. In the past, it wasn't like he hadn't met people who deliberately mystified them and deliberately scared them, but although those people looked calm on the surface, they didn't give him this kind of creepy feeling. Moreover, the white-clad woman in front of him was too beautiful, so beautiful that it took his breath away. How could a woman like her, who was able to arrive here without concealing her appearance, be ordinary? Or rather, would the people around her be ordinary? Give up? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the short middle-aged man who was a 1 basic celestial duke was taken aback. "Second brother, are you going to watch such a beautiful woman slip away before your eyes? You won't get another chance like this if you miss this opportunity. You might not be able to meet such a beautiful woman again in the future," the short middle-aged man said. The short middle-aged man spoke very politely to the second brother he spoke of. There was even a questioning tone in his voice. Second brother, you can't ruin our plans. Second brother, we know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and you're a cautious person. However, I don't think we'll be so unlucky this time. That's right. Second brother, don't forget that you've made mistakes before as well. Big brother, you can't listen to second brother. We have to do this deal. The other 7 men looked at the middle-aged man greedily as they spoke to the middle-aged man. At the same time, they did not forget to persuade the short middle-aged man, their eldest brother. Second brother, as you can see, we can't listen to you today. Hearing the words of the 7 people, the short middle-aged man looked at the second brother with a bitter smile on his face. However, there was no sign of compromise in his eyes, only the luster of a hungry wolf. It was clear he did not want to give up on this deal so easily. Forget it. At most, I'll die with all of you. The middle-aged man, the second brother, shook his head helplessly. His expression was grim as though he was ready to die. Second brother, don't be like this. If you don't want to do this deal, you can just leave. You don't have to act like we're a burden to you. The short middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased. That's right. Second brother, if you don't want to do this deal with us, you can leave now. That way, we'll have one less person to share the profits with. Another 3 men chimed in when they heard the short middle-aged man's words. Humph! The middle-aged man snorted and said, I'm not leaving. If you succeed in this deal, I won't share anything with you even if I misjudged you. A hint of anger could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Fine. Second brother, you said it yourself. As expected of second brother. Second brother, as your younger brother, I'll thank you in advance. Without second brother. After capturing this woman, it should be my turn to spend the night with her soon, right? Chapter 29-27. You're quite loyal. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at the middle-aged man with a medium build who was addressed as second brother and second brother by the other 8 people. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered as he rose to his feet. In the next moment, he took a step forward and stepped into the air. Then, he gently placed his hand on Huana's shoulder. Brother Lingtian, why you're awake? Since Huana's attention was focused on the other 8 people, she was unaware that Duan Lingtian had woken up from his cultivation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face before he continued to say, It seems like I'll have to bring you along in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll run into some headless flies who don't know what's good for them. Duan Lingtian looked at Huana affectionately as he spoke to her. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the other 9 people. What a calm gaze. At the same time, the middle-aged man with a medium build was unable to regain his senses for a long time because of Duan Lingtian's gaze. He had seen similar gazes in the past. However, he had only seen such a calm gaze without any guilty conscience a few times. Moreover, the previous few times, such a gaze had appeared in the eyes of those who had complete control of the situation in their hands. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. It seems like we've really kicked an iron plate this time, the middle-aged man thought to himself. The middle-aged man thought to himself. He wanted to persuade the other 8 people, but when he noticed that the 8 of them were looking at the white-clothed woman, he gave up on the idea. He knew his 8 companions had been blinded by their desire for Qin Jianhong. It would be useless even if he tried to persuade them. Forget it. If it wasn't for Boss saving my life, I would have been dead by now. This time, I'll repay him with my life. Previously, the middle-aged man had thought he was lucky. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm and fearless gaze, he no longer dared to think he was lucky. Flies? He called us flies? Is this brat seeking death? The other 8 people were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. When the short middle-aged man in the lead looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with rage. Killing intent surged out of his body as well. Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The short middle-aged man suddenly let out an explosive shout before he flew out. His target was Duan Tian. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a torrent before it gathered in his hand and shot toward Duan Tian at lightning speed. Humph! Although Duan Tian did not take the short middle-aged man's attack seriously, the other party's sudden attack still made him snort coldly in dissatisfaction. With just a thought, a golden light shone from Duan Tian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the golden light transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him. Immobilization King. When the golden Buddha silhouette on the surface of Duan Tian's body solidified, the short middle-aged man and the other 8 people who were charging toward Duan Tian had a slight change of expression on their faces. The Immobilization King is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method. Moreover, it's an offensive, defensive, and triple trade Duke grade celestial method. Based on his proficiency in using the Immobilization King, it seems like he has completely comprehended and mastered the celestial method. He can easily record this celestial method in a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend and master. At this moment, other than the middle-aged man with a medium build, the other 8 people, including the short middle-aged man, had a hint of greed in their eyes. This was especially true for the short middle-aged man who was charging towards Duan Tian. He had even retracted most of his strength in a timely manner. Big brother, please show mercy. Big brother, if you let him live, it's equivalent to obtaining an offensive, defensive, and triple trade Duke grade celestial method. When the short middle-aged man showed mercy, the other 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build, hurriedly cried out. Clearly, they were afraid the short middle-aged man would kill Duan Tian. In their eyes, Duan Tian was a triple trade Duke grade celestial method that was both offensive and defensive. Bang! 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 Although the short middle-aged man had intentionally shown mercy, his attack was not weak at all. His attack was as ferocious as a thunderbolt. However, such a ferocious attack was like a tickle to the golden Buddha silhouette on Duan Tian's body. It did not leave any mark on it at all. The golden Buddha silhouette was as immovable as a mountain. It was like an impenetrable fortress that could not be shaken by ordinary people. As expected of the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, it's truly powerful. The short middle-aged man did not realize how terrifying Duan Tian was. He thought it was the celestial method Immobilization King method that allowed Duan Tian to withstand his attack. He immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. Faced with this situation, the short middle-aged man continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, even after increasing the intensity of his attacks, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. At this moment, the short middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. He glanced at the purple-clothed young man, whom he had not taken seriously at all, only to see the purple-clothed young man looking at him with a faint smile. His indifferent gaze seemed to be indifferent to everything. What's going on? Big brother. He had used all his strength earlier, but he still couldn't shake the purple-clad young man's defense? Heavens! Isn't the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method too powerful? Is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method really powerful? I don't think so. Even if one of us has mastered the Immobilization King's celestial method, I don't think we can withstand Big Brother's all-out attack so easily, right? Now, of the remaining 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build who didn't seem to be surprised by the scene in front of him, the expressions of the other 7 people changed. You've attacked me so many times. Now it's my turn, right? Duan Tian looked at the short middle-aged man indifferently as he said unhurriedly, "If you can survive my attack, I'll spare your life." Swoosh! Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, the short middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but it was too late. Swoosh! As a purple sword ray flashed by like a meteor, the center of the short middle-aged man's forehead was pierced. The moment the purple sword ray appeared behind his head, it suddenly exploded. Boom! Rumble! The void where the short middle-aged man stood trembled a few times before a rain of blood fell from the sky. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put the spatial ring away. To the others, Duan Lingtian's attack was too fast. It was to the extent that they did not see it at all. All they heard was a loud noise. Then, the short middle-aged man turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. Sigh! The middle-aged man with a medium build heaved a long sigh as though he had expected this outcome. The expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically when they saw this. The short middle-aged man was their leader. He was also the only celestial duke among the 9 of them. Even so, he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he was killed by the purple-clad young man who had mastered the blissful sex-duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. How could a one basic celestial duke be killed in just a blink of an eye? Even if such a person had mastered the blissful sex-duke-grade celestial method, he was definitely a 3 talents celestial duke. Just like second brother said, "We've met our match?" Just as the 7 of them looked at each other with pale faces, their expressions instantly froze. Subsequently, the 7 of them followed in the footsteps of the short middle-aged man and were killed by Duan Lingtian. Even a one basic celestial duke was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. There was no need to mention these 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "You take their storage rings," Qin Wentian said. The middle-aged man with a medium build was waiting for Duan Lingtian to kill him after killing his companions. However, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. "What? Do you want to die with them as well?" When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man was still in a daze, he glanced at him with interest and asked. After being reminded by Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man immediately reacted and put away the 7 spatial rings that almost fell to the ground after they died. My lord! After collecting the spatial rings, the middle-aged man was about to hand them over to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he was worried about what Duan Lingtian would do to him. Nevertheless, he heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, it seemed like the purple-clad young man had no intention of killing him. "Take them," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura was that of a celestial king. It was completely different from before. Bang! Duan Lingtian's aura pressed down on the middle-aged man's chest as though a huge hammer had landed on him. The middle-aged man's blood began to boil, and his consciousness began to blur. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. Chapter 29-28. The middle-aged man was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Faced with Duan Lingtian's celestial king aura, he felt like a lone boat in the middle of a storm that could capsize at any moment. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. It was only when Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air that the middle-aged man's originally blurry consciousness cleared up slightly. It was precisely by relying on this bit of clarity that the middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath, and then his thoughts became clear as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spirit energy gathered from all directions and surged into his body. The heaven and earth spirit energy began to circulate in his body and form minor circulations. After about a dozen breaths, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. Whoosh! At the same time, a vast and majestic aura surged out of the middle-aged man's body. At the same time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's aura had undergone a drastic change. As he stood there, the aura he emitted was similar to the short middle-aged man who had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. An ecstatic expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as soon as he opened his eyes. Congratulations! You must have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged man. Thank you, my lord! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man fell to his knees and bowed before Duan Lingtian. From now on I, Lu Guanglin, am yours to command. As long as my lord is willing to let me follow you, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to be your servant and be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Lu Guanglin had been a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for many years, but he had not been able to break through. It was not because his innate talent was bad, but because he did not have a Duke-grade cultivation method to cultivate. Unless one's innate talent was extraordinary, it was extremely difficult for one to break through and become a celestial Duke with a cultivation method below the Duke grade. For example, the short, middle-aged man who had been killed by the purple-clad young man had stagnated at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for 1,000 years before he managed to break through. Even though Zhang Xian was far more talented than the other party, he would still need to spend at least 100 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. He didn't think that he would be so lucky as to receive the help of an expert several decades later, allowing him to complete his breakthrough to the high immortal realm in advance. I don't think even a 10 Directions Celestial Duke would be able to emit such a powerful aura. Although Lu Guanglin's cultivation was not high, he happened to see the world once by chance. He still remembered that it was during the alchemy conference held by the various top sects in the 6 southeastern regions almost 100 years ago. At that time, he was only there to join in the fun. However, he had coincidentally witnessed the battle between the blissful sect's old ancestor, Li Ping, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, Li Ping's aura at that time could not be compared to the aura that the purple-clothed young man had just displayed. Never betray you? Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. Don't you think you've betrayed your 9 companions? My lord, Lu Guanglin said solemnly. Among my companions, I only owe my boss my life. The rest of my companions and I only work together to make use of each other. If it wasn't for the fact that you saved my life back then, I would have left earlier. I believe that with your benevolence, you wouldn't kill me, someone who didn't offend you or this young lady. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian intently as he spoke. Both of them looked at each other with a hint of wisdom in their eyes. There's no master-servant relationship between me and my boss. I, Lu Guanglin, swear that I'll never betray you. There's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms like in the mundane realms. However, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to sever one of my arms to prove my loyalty. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a saber ray flashed before he slashed it down on his left shoulder. It was much more difficult to regrow a severed arm in the Devata realms compared to the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, there were some rare medicinal herbs that could regrow a severed arm because the body of a person in the mundane realms was only mortal. Once a person ascended to a Devata realm, they would undergo the baptism of the celestial ascension pool. After the baptism, their body would be transformed from a mortal to a celestial. Once a celestial's body was damaged, it would be useless no matter how many medicinal herbs one consumed in the mundane realms. Only by finding some rare medicinal herbs or pills in the Devata realms would one be able to regrow one's body. Swoosh! The saber ray shone brightly as it was about to cut off Lu Guanglin's left arm. Swoosh! 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 Just as the saber light was only a foot away from Lu Guanglin's left arm, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a vast and boundless power. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Guanglin's saber ray disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. I trust you. The person who made the move was none other than Duan Lingtian. After experiencing 2 reincarnations, Duan Lingtian believed he had a good eye for people. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a person who knew how to repay kindness and was a man of his word. This Lu Guanglin in front of him was unwilling to leave earlier. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was still willing to share life and death with his 8 companions. This made him have a good impression of him. Moreover, since Lu Guanglin had never spoken to Huaner, Duan Lingtian had no intention of killing him. Instead, When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and discovered Lu Guanglin was only a step away from becoming a celestial duke, he decided to recruit Lu Guanglin. The journey to the central area was long and arduous. With Huana leading the way, their speed was slow. Moreover, they were often robbed by ignorant celestials. If it were a celestial duke leading the way, it would save them a lot of effort in the borderlands, let alone the central area. You'll stay by my side from now on, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. My name is Duan Lingtian. As for the person next to me, you can call her Miss Huaner. She's my younger sister. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Miss Huaner. I'm Lu Guanglin. However, Huaner had no time to pay attention to Lu Guanglin at this moment. She could not help but recall Duan Lingtian's words to Lu Guanglin. Younger sister? So, he's only been treating me as a younger sister all this time? Although Huan knew Duan Lingtian was avoiding her and treated her like a younger sister, she still felt uneasy when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. My lord, where are you and Miss Huaner heading to? Lu Guanglin asked respectfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian. We're leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area. Since you've decided to follow me, you'll lead the way, Duan Lingtian said. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin accepted the order respectfully. At the same time, he thought Duan Lingtian had to cultivate or comprehend celestial methods or divine abilities since he was so strong, and yet he did not bring anyone along. Just like that, another person appeared in Duan Lingtian's group. My lord, you're a celestial king, right? Lu Guanglin asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of cultivating or comprehending celestial methods or divine abilities. I am now. Duan Lingtian nodded. I am now? Lu Guanglin was confused. He did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Do you know about consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. Consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly replied, My lord, I've heard of such celestial weapons. It's said that such celestial weapons are rarer than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. However, once you obtain the celestial weapons, you'll be able to gain a lot of power by consuming the celestial weapons. Moreover, there won't be any side effects when you use the celestial weapons. Lu Guanglin seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Sir, why did you suddenly bring this up at this time? Don't tell me you. Lu Guanglin's eyes were filled with shock. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said calmly, My current strength comes from a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Before I helped you, although I've consumed a lot of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon, it's still comparable to a 5 elements celestial king. However, after helping you break through and become a celestial duke, my strength is only comparable to a 4 phenomenon celestial king. I didn't bring Huaner along because I didn't want to waste too much of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon. Now that I've asked you to bring us along, it's the same. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Guanglin and said, My true strength is slightly weaker than Huaner's. I'm only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although I'm close to a breakthrough, I'll only be an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time comprehending celestial methods, divine abilities, and alchemy. Otherwise, he would have become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial a long time ago. I'll give you a chance to leave, and I'll pretend I didn't hear your promise. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin calmly when he finished speaking. Chapter 29-29. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded when he saw the determined expression on Lu Guanglin's face. Then, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged before he began to cultivate. Duan Lingtian had agreed to follow Lu Guanglin because he thought Lu Guanglin was a good person and smart. The reason Duan Lingtian revealed his background to Lu Guanglin was because he did not ask Lu Guanglin to follow him on a whim. Duan Lingtian really needed someone who could get things done for him. Regardless of Lu Guanglin's innate talent, Duan Lingtian approved of Lu Guanglin's character and intelligence. After Lu Guanglin greeted her, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. It was unclear if she was cultivating or comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. During this entire process, she did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense Juana's emotions. He knew it was because of what he had said to Lu Guanglin earlier. He had introduced Juana to Lu Guanglin as his younger sister. However, he did not think too much about it. He was confident Juana would calm down after some time. With Lu Guanglin, a one basic celestial duke, leading the way, not only did Duan Lingtian and the others speed up, but they also did not encounter any celestials along the way. Although there were still some celestial dukes in the borderlands who would rob passers-by, there were very few of them. There were very few people along the way from the borderlands to the central area. Therefore, even if there were celestial dukes, they would not choose this area. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. I've finally reached the final step. As long as I break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to become an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating the King-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, suddenly had a surge of aura on the surface of his body. Meanwhile, the overarching Heaven Pill's efficacy in Duan Lingtian's body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was converted into celestial origin energy that circulated through the Tai Profound technique. About half a month later. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body as he sat cross-legged in the air. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had clearly changed. I've finally broken through. I'm an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. After making a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian immediately opened his eyes. A bright smile appeared on his face at the right time. Congratulations, my lord! At the same time, Lu Guanglin also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's aura. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a four-phenomenon celestial king, his aura was clearly that of an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. For this reason, Lu Guanglin knew Duan Lingtian had broken through. At the same time, he was also shocked. My lord! He's not even 100 years old? Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had broken through, Lu Guanglin had extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Earth stage. Apart from that, he had also discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, he was an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? Such an existence had never appeared in the history of the borderland in the past 10,000 years, right? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Guanglin's congratulatory words, he immediately looked at Lu Guanglin. At the same time, his expression changed immediately. Where's Juana? This was because he noticed that Lu Guanglin had only brought him away. Juana, who was by his side, was nowhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian, who had been looking left and right for a long time to no avail, turned to look at Lu Guanglin. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from it at any moment. My lord! Lu Guanglin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. He smiled bitterly and said, Miss Juana. She left. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Duan Lingtian did not doubt Lu Guanglin's words. Unless Juana had left on her own accord, it was impossible for him to not notice anything. About a month ago, Lu Guanglin said as he took out an unclaimed spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Miss Juana asked me to pass this spatial ring to you before she left, my lord. When Miss Juana said she was going to leave without saying goodbye to you, my lord, I wanted to inform you. However, she threatened me and told me not to tell you about her departure. Otherwise, she would kill herself in front of me. Miss Juana was very determined at that time. Based on the determination in her eyes, it didn't seem like she was joking. Therefore, I didn't dare to alarm you, my lord. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Guanglin's face when he reached the end of his sentence. As Duan Lingtian listened to Lu Guanglin's words, he claimed ownership of the spatial ring that Lu Guanglin handed to him. Soon after, he saw the contents of the spatial ring. The space inside the storage ring was empty, and there were only two things lying there quietly. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw one of the two items in the spatial ring, his expression changed drastically. This was the necklace that Huaner had been wearing all this time. The pendant on the necklace was particularly eye-catching to Duan Lingtian. The divine crystal that Huaner always carried around with her was in this pendant. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian opened the pendant. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the divine crystal instantly filled the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect Huaner to leave him with her most precious item. It was just that without the god crystals, her cultivation would be affected once she left the divine realm. Silly girl! Silly girl! Duan Lingtian's expression was so gloomy that Lu Guanglin only dared to look at him without saying a word. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out another item from the spatial ring. It was a celestial talisman that could gather voices. With just a thought, the voices in the spatial ring entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I decided to leave in the end. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Murong Bing, Sister Ke, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible so you can save Sister Ke and the others. For this reason, although I'm leaving, I still left the divine crystal that my mother gave me to you. I hope it can help you become stronger as soon as possible. Huaner's voice trailed off as she continued to say, Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible. Huaner's voice trailed off at this moment. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more unsightly. However, a hint of gratitude could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Huaner to leave the divine crystal to him. Without the divine crystals, her future cultivation speed would definitely slow down by a lot. Silly girl! What a silly girl! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned red from anxiety. He looked at Lu Guanglin and asked in a low voice, Which direction did Huaner go? That way. Lu Guanglin pointed to the side. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he unleashed his full strength as a four phenomenon's celestial king. Then, he vanished from Lu Guanglin's sight. Lu Guanglin came to a halt and waited for Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian must have gone to look for Miss Huaner. Indeed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was looking for Huaner. He activated the energy granted by the consumable celestial artifact and sped toward the direction Lu Guanglin had pointed at with the speed of a celestial king. Alas, he did not manage to find Huaner even after his energy was depleted. With Huaner's speed, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her if she keeps going in this direction. There's only one possibility: she must have changed directions. Based on Huaner's personality, she's no longer interested in the borderlands. It's impossible for her to stay here. There's only one possibility: she deliberately went in this direction when Lu Guanglin saw her and changed directions halfway to the central area. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to Lu Guanglin's location at lightning speed. With a wave of his hand, he brought Lu Guanglin with him and began to search the central area. Although Duan Lingtian was carrying Lu Guanglin, his speed was still extremely fast. It did not take long for them to arrive at the borderlands. My lord, the mountain range in front of us is the boundary between the borderlands and the central area. The formation that prevents celestial kings from staying in the borderlands is located in the mountain range. It extends to every corner of the southern heaven territory and separates the central area from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been reduced to the level of a 3 talents celestial duke. Therefore, even though he was carrying Lu Guanglin at this speed, Lu Guanglin could still barely see the surroundings. Unlike before, when Lu Guanglin's eyes couldn't see anything around him, he was like a blind man. At that time, Duan Lingtian was simply too fast. We're about to enter the central area? With Juana's speed, it's impossible for her to reach this place. Don't tell me. Juana ran into another celestial who tried to rob her along the way. If I knew Juana would leave, I would have asked her to leave me a soul pearl. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the border of the southern heaven territory. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from it. Chapter 29:30. Duan Lingtian did not expect Juana to leave him. For this reason, he did not have Juana's soul pearl with him. Take me and walk around the area. Then, go back and do a carpet search. Search the area thoroughly. Duan Lingtian ordered in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian before he hastily averted his gaze. At the same time, he could sense the anxiety in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, he could feel how important Miss Juana was to Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, my lord. Lu Guanglin had a guilty expression on his face as he continued to search for Juana with Duan Lingtian. It's all in the past. What's the point of apologizing? Moreover, you didn't have a choice at that time. Juana is a hot-tempered girl. She's capable of doing anything. Although Duan Lingtian was worried about Juana's safety, he was not an unreasonable person. For this reason, he did not blame Lu Guanglin. Lu Guanglin was touched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. Following that, he continued to search for Juana with Duan Lingtian. Juana, please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain this to Senior Dufay? Duan Lingtian still remembered what Juana's grandaunt, Dufay, had told him when she had taught him the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai mystic method, in the little world she had left behind. Dufay had told him not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan. If anyone who did not have the surname Du found out about Juana, he had to kill that person. Moreover, Dufay had also told him that the reason Juana's mother left Juana was because something happened to Juana's family. Since Duan Lingtian was worried about Juana, he could not calm himself down even if he wanted to cultivate. His mind would wander from time to time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. My lord, over the past 3 years, we've searched every inch of land within 1,000,000 miles of the area where Miss Juana left. We've even searched the central area, but we still haven't found Miss Juana. Now that 3 years have passed, it's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. After 3 years of searching, Lu Guanglin had no complaints. However, 3 years had passed, and he still could not find her. This made him realize that it was pointless to continue searching. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and reminded Duan Lingtian. Of course, this was also because after 3 years of being together, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a reasonable person. Otherwise, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to remind Duan Lingtian like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He naturally knew that Lu Guanglin was right, but he was still a little unwilling. Although she was strong, there were very few people below the Celestial Duke realm who could pose a threat to her. However, once she entered the central area, she could easily encounter Celestial Dukes. For this reason, he could not help but worry about her safety. Nevertheless, he knew that if he could find her after 3 years, he would have done so long ago. Juana, you must be fine. Otherwise, Big Brother Lingtian will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had lived 2 lives, and there were very few things he regretted. However, this time, he was filled with regret. He regretted calling Juana his sister in front of Lu Guanglin. He knew that even if that was not the main reason Juana left, it was the fuse that triggered her departure. Let's find a place to settle down first. We'll ask around before we decide what to do next. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were still at the border of the central area. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the central area. After traveling for about half a month, they still did not see a trace of human habitation, nor did they see any buildings. However, the scenery under their feet changed from a desert to an oasis. I think it won't be long before we see signs of life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as they entered the oasis. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. A few days later, a few figures appeared before Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin approached one of the figures, that person immediately became wary. Naturally, they thought Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were celestials who would rob them. Please don't misunderstand. We just want to ask you where we are. Lu Guanglin saw the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, and did not beat around the bush. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial sighed in relief when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a celestial duke who could easily kill him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lu Guanglin to catch up to him and block his path. You! Could it be that you came from the border? The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, an old man, asked Lu Guanglin. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded. This was his first time in the central area. Since you're from the borderlands, I'm sure you've just entered the oasis. Entering the oasis means you've entered the supporting Fall Nation, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supporting Fall Nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect there would be a nation in the central area. It was similar to the borderlands. There were also some celestial kingdoms in the borderlands. However, these celestial kingdoms were not as strong as the top sects in the borderlands. They could only rely on the top sections. Supporting Fall Nation? Lu Guanglin was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. However, as he probed further, he learned the difference between the celestial kingdoms in the central area and the borderlands. There were many nations in the borderlands of the central area. Most of these nations had celestial kings. Those who were not celestial kings were not capable of ruling a nation. A celestial king can establish a nation. Does this mean celestial kings from the borderlands can establish a nation here if they're willing? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Theoretically, yes. The old man nodded. However, very few people establish a nation because it takes a lot of effort to do so. Most people would rather choose something that's already available. For example, they would kill the emperor of a nation and replace him as the new ruler of the nation. The old man continued to say. Under such circumstances, the emperors of the nations in the borderlands of the central area are all celestial kings with extraordinary strength. Celestial kings who have just arrived from the borderlands don't have the ability to replace them. As celestial kings, they're not willing to submit to those celestial kings. For this reason, most of the celestial kings from the borderlands would join the powerful sects and clans in the central area. Those powerful sects and clans are located away from the borderlands. The cultivation environment and resources they control are far better than the nations in the borderlands of the central area. The old man paused for a moment after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Those nations were located at the borderlands of the central area. They were considered the weakest forces in the central area. However, these forces had celestial kings. Moreover, they were not ordinary celestial kings. After learning more about the central area from the old man, Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin to continue with their journey. Our first stop is the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Since Lu Guanglin had asked the old man for directions, he knew the way to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was worried about Huana's safety as he digested the information from the old man. Don't worry, my lord. Miss Huana will be fine. Lu Guanglin comforted Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian's worry. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 months later. My lord, according to the directions given by the old man, we'll reach the capital of the supporting Fall Nation after crossing the mountain range. Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes as soon as he heard Lu Guanglin's voice. In just a blink of an eye, he saw a mountain range in front of him that looked like a long dragon. He could not see the end of the mountain range at all. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range under Lu Guanglin's lead. At this moment, swoosh! As the sound of wind whistling rang out from the continuous mountain range, An old and aged figure shot out from the mountain range with a young figure in tow. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Lu Guanglin's expression turned solemn when he saw the old man. Based on the old man's speed, it was clear the old man was much stronger than him. A 3-talents celestial duke. Based on the man's speed, Duan Lingtian could tell the man was a 3-talents celestial duke, similar to himself. Huh! The young man noticed Duan Lingtian and Huaner as soon as he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner. He was a young man dressed in a brocade robe, but there was a hideous birthmark on his face that ruined his facial features. The young man was calm when he saw Lu Guanglin. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, or to be more precise, Duan Lingtian's face, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. Either you destroy your own face, or you die. Just as Duan Lingtian and Huaner were about to continue their journey, the young man in the brocade robe flashed and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huaner's path again. The young man's ugly face was distorted as he looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and hatred. Chapter 29:31. Let alone Duan Lingtian, who was being targeted, even Lu Guanglin was taken aback by the young man's sudden attack. Do I have a grudge against you? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in embroidered clothes and asked with slight astonishment. You don't have a grudge against me. You can only blame yourself for having a face that women like. The young man's face was slightly distorted as he said coldly. Therefore I'll give you 2 choices. Either you destroy your own face or you die. A person's appearance is innate. It's given to them by their parents. It's not scary to be ugly, it's scary to have an ugly heart. Now, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have discerned that the reason this young man in embroidered clothes was targeting him was only because he possessed an extraordinarily handsome face, and the young man was jealous of him. He was rendered speechless by this. Apart from being speechless, he could tell the young man was a twisted person. Otherwise, he would not have targeted him and tried to kill him because of his handsome face. I don't need a gigolo like you to teach me what to do. The face of the young man in embroidered clothes sank. His originally ferocious and ugly face became even uglier at this moment. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, It seems like you've made your choice. Good, very good, 9th Elder, I'll leave the person next to him to you. I'll deal with him. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the young man's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the young man's aura. Not even 100 years old? A yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the young man was a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. After all, he had not met another overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old in the borderlands. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What a pity. Just as Duan Lingtian was sighing in his heart, the silk-robed young man's figure flashed and pounced on Duan Lingtian like a ferocious beast. His soul awareness also detected that Duan Lingtian was the same as him, less than 100 years old. After all, he was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not think Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old, would be a match for him. There were only a handful of overarching heavenly supreme celestials below the age of 100 in the supporting Fall Nation. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had heard of most of them. When the young man in brocade clothes rushed towards Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted a cold, murderous intention. It seemed that he really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other side, Lu Guanglin wasn't worried about the young man in embroidered clothes attacking Duan Lingtian. Instead, he stood in place with a solemn expression on his face. Celestial origin energy revolved around his body as he tried to defend against the old man's attack. Judging from the speed displayed by the old man was much stronger than him. Bang! All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out in the space where the old man was. In just a blink of an eye, the old man had left his original spot and shot toward Lu Guanglin like a cannonball. Guanglin, use all your strength to attract his attention. I'll use all my strength to severely injure or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Lu Guanglin's ears as the old man made his move. Upon hearing this, Lu Guanglin calmed down. In the next moment, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the gloves that appeared on his hands. The gloves shone brightly as the aura of a Duke-grade celestial weapon surged out of them. At the same time, Lu Guanglin's body began to swell at an exaggerated speed. In just a blink of an eye, his loose robe was bulging, and one could vaguely see the outline of his muscles. Lu Guanglin, who was originally of average height, had grown to a height of 3 meters. His muscles were brimming with explosive strength as well. Apart from that, Lu Guanglin's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a blood-red shadow of a gigantic tiger. It was the shadow of a blood tiger. It was clear Lu Guanglin had not only cast his celestial method, but he had also cast his divine ability. "Old man, take this!" Lu Guanglin shouted as he punched out with his right fist. The air around him exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Currently, Lu Guanglin was more than 3 meters tall. His fist tore through the air like a meteor hammer as he charged toward the old man. The silhouette of the blood tiger opened its mouth and pounced toward the old man. "You're just a one basic celestial duke. Even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to kill you in 3 moves. The old man smiled contemptuously when he saw Lu Guanglin charging at him menacingly. Based on his words, it was clear he did not take Lu Guanglin seriously at all. In the next moment, his aura surged and suppressed Lu Guanglin's menacing aura. It was clear he was strong enough to kill Lu Guanglin. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask for my permission first." The old man, who did not know anything about celestial weapons, unleashed his full strength to attack Lu Guanglin. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in his ears. At the same time, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura coming from behind him, and it was getting closer and closer to him. "A 3-talent celestial duke?" As a 3-talent celestial duke, the old man was very familiar with the aura behind him. It was the aura of a 3-talent celestial duke. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. In the next instant, his celestial origin energy surged and formed a wall-like defense in front of him to block Lu Guanglin's attack. At the same time, he hastily turned around with a sword in his hand. Based on the sword's aura, it was a Duke-grade celestial weapon as well. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the old man turned around, he saw the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. The purple-clad young man, whom he did not take seriously, was holding a long rod that shone brightly with both hands as he swung it at him. The long rod shone brightly, and one could vaguely see some obscure inscriptions on it. At this moment, the liquefied celestial origin energy could be seen flowing through the inscriptions. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the long rod's aura. He could not help but cry out in shock. "King! King-grade celestial weapon!" As the old man cried out in shock, he raised his sword in front of him. A sword ray shot up into the sky as it met the long rod that was falling from the sky. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. The sword ray that shot up into the sky was shrouded by the long rod's purple gold light. Then, it was destroyed. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of metal colliding rang in the air. The old man's hand that was holding the Duke-grade celestial sword was bleeding profusely. Bang! At the same time, the old man was attacked from behind. Lu Guanglin's barrage of attacks broke through his barrage of attacks. The old man was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Who are you?" the old man asked in a trembling voice as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was standing nearby with a rod in his hand. A 3-talent celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had a king-grade celestial weapon. The old man was certain such a person did not exist in the supporting Fall Nation. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clad young man had to be a disciple from a powerful force in the central area. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying. Trying to escape? The person who had injured the old man was none other than Duan Lingtian. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was about to reply when he seemed to have sensed something. With a wave of his hand, a purplish gold saber ray shot out and severed the arm of the brocade-clad young man who had just taken out a shadow void escaping talisman. The shadow void escaping talisman was a celestial talisman that Duan Lingtian had used in the past. Once activated, the talisman would allow the user to escape millions of miles away at the speed of a celestial king. Ah! The young man cried out in pain as he watched the shadow void escaping talisman fall from the sky. He did not dare to use his other hand to catch it. This was because he could clearly sense that he was being locked onto by a terrifying aura. In my entire life, this is the first time I've encountered someone who, in a situation where we don't know each other, wanted to kill me because I was better looking than them. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly as he glanced at the young man in embroidered clothes indifferently. You! Who are you? The young man no longer looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and killing intent. Only fear and disbelief were left in his eyes. Although he did not see what had happened earlier, he was still shocked. However, in the end, he saw it again. Although the 3-talent Celestial Duke had taken out a Duke-grade Celestial Sword, he was still severely injured by the purple-clad young man. It was no wonder the young man's attack had missed. He was not on the same level as the purple-clad young man. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that you're the one who chose to die, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again with lightning speed. However, he didn't attack the young man in embroidered clothes. Instead, he attacked the old man beside the young man. The old man had thought Duan Lingtian was going to attack the young man. Therefore, he was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's sudden attack. Bang! Duan Lingtian swung his staff again. The purple gold light shone brightly, and the 3-talent Celestial Duke's body exploded into a mist of blood. His blood splattered in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. After killing the old man, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the young man in embroidered clothes again. No! You can't kill me! You can't kill me! My aunt is Imperial Concubine Lan of the Supporting Fall Nation. If you kill me, you'll offend the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation. Chapter 2932. Bang! Alas, Duan Lingtian only responded to the young man's threat with a casual swing of his rod. The rod landed on the young man's body, and a purplish gold light shone brightly. Just like the old man, the young man died. After I kill you, even if your communication celestial talisman is sent out, do you think others will know I killed you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at the space where the young man in embroidered clothes had turned into a bloody mist after he exploded the young man with a single strike of his rod. Before the young man died, Duan Lingtian knew the young man had sent out a communication celestial talisman. Moreover, the speed of the communication celestial talisman was comparable to a celestial king. With his current strength, it was not something he could block. What a pity! Although I used a king-grade celestial weapon, it still consumed a lot of my celestial origin energy. Currently, my strength is only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke. Although it did not take much energy to kill the young man, it still took a lot of energy to kill the old man. Although Duan Lingtian had used a king-grade celestial weapon, his celestial origin energy was only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke's. Similarly, Duan Lingtian's soul strength had also decreased along with his celestial origin energy. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian used a soul attack, his celestial origin energy would also decrease as his soul strength decreased. For this reason, both soul attacks and celestial origin energy consumed about the same amount of soul strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not skilled in soul attacks. If he wanted to use a soul attack to achieve the same effect as his celestial origin energy, he would have to consume more soul strength. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian would not give up on using his celestial origin energy to attack. Guan Lin, let's continue. After putting away the young man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord, Lu Guanglin hurriedly replied. At the same time, he brought Duan Lingtian with him as they flew toward the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Before he set off again, Lu Guanglin changed into a new set of clothes. You're too careful. Seeing Lu Guanglin change his clothes, the Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In such a short time, given his cultivation level and reaction speed, the most he could do is send out an immortal message talisman and say where he was attacked. In his panic, it's almost impossible for him to mention our characteristics in the immortal message talisman, Duan Lingtian said. Just now, Duan Lingtian had seen the youth take out his immortal message talisman and send a message. Moreover, the youth in embroidered robes had sent out the immortal message talisman in an instant. In such a short time, the most he could do was say where he was attacked and ask for help. That being said, it's still better to be careful, Lu Guanglin said with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not say anything else. However, he was very satisfied with Lu Guanglin's cautiousness. That's the capital of the supporting Fall Nation? After Lu Guanglin brought Duan Lingtian across the mountain range, he saw a city standing on a vast plain in front of him. The city was much larger than any city Duan Lingtian had ever seen. It looked like a huge beast lying in wait in the distance. However, due to the distance, Duan Lingtian could only see how big the city was. He could not see the other details. My lord, did you use a king-grade celestial weapon to kill the 3-talent celestial duke? Lu Guanglin asked curiously. They were about to reach the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Lu Guanglin was mentally prepared, he could not help but narrow his eyes in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. An Earth-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old, and possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Lu Guanglin was extremely curious about Duan Lingtian's background. If someone told him that Duan Lingtian had no background, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. You're a fist cultivator. I happen to have a celestial weapon ring that suits you. Lu Guanglin was still in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. At the same time, he felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. He instinctively reached out to grab the ring. It was a ring that could fit 2 fingers. Based on the ring's shape, it could fit his index and middle fingers. Apart from that, the ring was shimmering with a mysterious light. Its aura was completely different from a Duke-grade celestial weapon. This is... Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Guanglin had not yet calmed down, but after seeing this ring, he became even more agitated. This is also a king-grade celestial weapon. However, with your current cultivation base, it's best that you don't use it in public. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble, Duan Lingtian said. Based on his words, it was as though giving away a king-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. A king-grade celestial weapon? Lu Guanglin's body trembled. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were slightly red. My lord, this is too valuable. I can't accept it, Lu Guanglin said as he handed the ring back to Duan Lingtian. Keep it. Don't tell me you want people to find out you have a king-grade celestial weapon? I, Duan Lingtian, will never take back what I've given away, Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin looked around warily. When he saw no one was paying attention to them, he sighed in relief and put the ring away. My lord! Lu Guanglin's gaze was still red when he looked at Duan Lingtian, and it didn't fade even after a long time. From now on, my life is yours, sir. Your life is useless to me. It's better for you to stay alive and work for me. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled faintly. The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth. Swoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the direction of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. Their speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin could not see them clearly. However, they were still able to tell that those were 3 people who were far more powerful than them. Moreover, the three people were heading toward the mountain range where Duan Lingtian had killed the young man dressed in embroidered robes. They're really fast. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He knew the three people had come for the young man dressed in embroidered robes. However, he was not worried that the three of them would target him and Lu Guanglin. This was because after crossing the mountain range and nearing the supporting Fall Nation's capital, they had already blended into the crowd that was making their way to the capital. Although this stream of people couldn't be considered to be dense, there were still no less than several hundred people along the way. There were also over 100 people who were traveling in pairs like them. How fast! Those three people are at least 4 phenomenon celestial dukes. They seem to be in a hurry. They must be in a hurry. At the same time, some people who had heard the sound of wind whistling began to discuss among themselves. Their voices were so loud that even Duan Lingtian could hear them. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were about to enter the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, 3 figures appeared above the mountain range where the young man dressed in embroidered robes had died. We're too late. When the 3 of them saw the 2 pools of fresh blood beneath their feet, they realized they were too late. To be able to kill a 3-talent celestial duke in such a short time, the person must be at least a 4 phenomenon celestial duke. One of the 3 people speculated. When I was on my way here, I scanned the area with my divine consciousness. Apart from a purple-clad young man who concealed his cultivation base, I didn't see anyone stronger than a 4 phenomenon celestial duke. There's not even a 3-talent celestial duke, another person said. Could it be the purple-clad young man? No. Why? Do you think it's possible for someone who's not even 100 years old to be a 4 phenomenon celestial duke? Not even 100 years old? It can't be him. Although the 3 of them mentioned Duan Lingtian, they quickly dismissed the possibility of Duan Lingtian killing a 3-talent celestial duke in such a short time. Although it's unlikely that we'll find anything, we should still search the surroundings to see if there's anyone suspicious. That's right. Even if we can't find the person who killed the little young master of the Hua clan, we still have to give Concubine Lan an explanation. Let's search the area first. Soon after, the 3 figures split up and searched in 3 different directions. Alas, their search was futile. After all, the culprit had already entered the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. The capital of the supporting Fall Nation is quite big. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he walked through a wide street in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. It's indeed huge. It's bigger than any city I've been to before. Lu Guanglin, who was following Duan Lingtian like a servant, nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin to a restaurant and sat down. He planned to have a casual meal and inquire about some matters. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation will be holding the Southern Heaven combat in the Imperial Palace in a month's time. I wonder who will be selected to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the end. Not long after Duan Lingtian sat down, a voice that successfully attracted his attention resonated in his ears. Southern Heaven Combat? The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and continued to listen. Soon after, he learned about the Southern Heaven Combat and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a little world left behind by generations of rulers of the Southern Heaven territory. However, it was different from the little worlds left behind by celestial kings and celestial dukes. This was because that place was not created by a single person, but by the successive rulers of the Southern Heaven territory. The rulers of the Southern Heaven territory were known as the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. Chapter 2933. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had been passed down for a long time. There were traces left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. Apart from that, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was divided into the upper, middle, and lower realms. The upper realm had a limit of celestial kings. The middle realm had a limit of celestial dukes. As for the lower realm, it had a limit of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is holding the Southern Heaven combat to select the 9 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation. These 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials will be given a chance to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there are many treasures left behind by the southern heaven celestial lords of the southern heaven territory. There's no lack of celestial pills, celestial weapons, celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods. Apart from that, there might be fortuitous encounters that ordinary people can't even imagine. Duan Lingtian sat in the main hall of the restaurant and listened to the conversations of the customers. He gradually gained a better understanding of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, the supporting Fall Nation doesn't have the ability to send people into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was going to hold the Southern Heaven combat to select the 9 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials, he could only guide them to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Naturally, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to hold the Southern Heaven combat. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials selected by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would be able to return alive after entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. The supporting Fall Nation would also be rewarded handsomely by the sects and clans that the overarching heavenly supreme celestials joined. The supporting Fall Nation is located in the area governed by the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion is a powerful force that has close ties with one of the 10 major clans in the central area. It governs the border of the central area, Duan Lingtian explained. In the Profound Nether Mansion, the strongest forces under the Profound Nether Mansion are the 3 great sects and 2 great clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm is controlled by the 3 great sects and 2 great clans. The reason the 3 major sects and 2 great clans are able to control the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory is because of the Profound Nether Mansion. In the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, although the Profound Nether Mansion's 3 major sects and 5 great clans aren't directly affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion, to a certain extent, they're indirectly affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian began to understand more and more things. Many nations in the central area, including the supporting Fall Nation, will hold the Southern Heaven combat during this period. 9 people will be selected to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm through the entrance in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. When the time comes, those who make it out alive will be able to join one of the 3 major sects and 2 great clans in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. The emperors of the various nations will be the ones who make the recommendations. If they manage to come out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm alive and join one of the major sects or clans, that sect or clan will reward them handsomely. For this reason, many nations in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, including the supporting Fall Nation, are very interested in this matter. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. I'll make use of this opportunity to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm and join one of the 3 major sects or 2 great clans of the Profound Nether Mansion. Previously, Duan Lingtian had chosen to leave the borderlands for the central area because he wanted to make a name for himself on a bigger stage. Only on a bigger stage would he be able to make greater progress. Soon evening arrived. At this moment, Duan Lingtian called out to Lu Guanglin before they left the restaurant and found an inn to stay for the time being. Guanglin, I plan to participate in the Southern Heaven combat that'll be held in the Imperial Palace in a month's time to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. In the room, Duan Lingtian said to Lu Guanglin, who had just been called into his room. Lu Guanglin was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. After all, he could tell Duan Lingtian was interested in the Southern Heaven ancient realm when they were in the restaurant. My lord, it's a pity that I've become a celestial duke. Otherwise, I'd be able to participate in the Southern Heaven combat with you. Lu Guanglin sighed. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and asked, My lord, is the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon still enough for you to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm? It shouldn't be a problem. Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. However, despite his words, Duan Lingtian was still unsure. After all, even if he fully utilized his celestial origin energy, he would only be as strong as a one basic celestial duke at most. In a month's time, there would definitely be a large number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials participating in the southern heaven combat. At that time, he would only need 2 or 3 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to deplete the remaining energy from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. There's still a month left. I should try my best to break through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial within a month. If I can become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, I'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm with my celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if I can't become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be extremely difficult for me to obtain a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin to leave while he began to cultivate. Registration for the Profound Heaven combat will begin in 20 days. Please help me register at that time. Before he asked Lu Guanglin to leave, Duan Lingtian said to Lu Guanglin, those who wanted to participate in the Southern Heaven combat held by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would have to register in 20 days. Naturally, he could also ask someone to help him register. Come and look for me a month later before the Southern Heaven combat begins. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Guanglin left to carry out his orders. After Lu Guanglin left, Duan Lingtian casually set up a formation on top of the formation in the guest room. Not only was the sound insulation of the guest room enhanced, but the energy fluctuations in the room were also isolated. Huan. Since Duan Lingtian planned to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial in a month, he naturally had to use the divine crystal. As soon as he took out the divine crystal, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Huaner. After a long time, he finally calmed down and began to cultivate. After calming down, with the help of the overarching heaven pills, the king grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, and his 99 heavenly veins, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base began to improve at a terrifying speed under the environment provided by the divine crystal. Almost every day, there would be a certain change in his cultivation, and it was a very clear change. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the capital that was bustling with activity due to the upcoming Southern Heaven combat held by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation became even livelier. Since the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had spread the news of the Southern Heaven combat, almost all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were confident in their strength rushed to the capital. Many clans and sects in the supporting Fall Nation had also sent their peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the capital to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. After all, as long as one stood out in the Southern Heaven combat, one would be able to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Moreover, as long as one survived, one would be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. At that time, when one person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Their families and sects will more or less receive some benefits. Inside the imperial palace in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, in a magnificent palace, there was a woman in gorgeous clothes with 2 palace maids behind her. She was receiving a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes. My condolences, big brother. The woman sighed as she looked at the middle-aged man. Third sister, did your people really not find any clues? The middle-aged man asked with a gloomy expression on his face. No. The woman shook her head. As soon as I received Hauer's communication celestial talisman, I sent 2 5-elements celestial lords and a 6 combinations celestial lord to investigate. However, when they arrived at the scene of the crime, they didn't find any clues. After that, they searched the area inch by inch. After searching for 3 days and 3 nights, they still found nothing. For this reason, unless someone witnessed the incident with their own eyes, I'm afraid there's no evidence. The woman sighed again when she reached the end of her sentence. It's all Hauer's fault for not mentioning the killer's characteristics in his communication celestial talisman. Otherwise, we wouldn't be acting like headless flies. The middle-aged man's expression darkened further. Big brother, you can't blame Howard for this. After all, it's already a miracle that he managed to send a communication celestial talisman to inform me of his location and ask for help. Under such circumstances, let alone Howard, I'm afraid even you and I wouldn't be able to identify the killer in time. The woman sighed again. If Duan Lingtian was here and overheard their conversation, he would be able to guess the woman's identity when he recalled the scene of him killing the young man in embroidered robes in the sky above the mountain range outside the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. She was one of the concubines of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, concubine Lan. Chapter 2934. There were tens of thousands of realms in the colossal world. Apart from the 81 Devata realms, there were also countless mundane realms. The Purple Spike realm was one of them. The Purple Spike realm was a large mundane realm with countless planets in the boundless starry sky. Currently, a planet in one of the galaxies had attracted the attention of many people. Many powerhouses from the Purple Spike realm had gathered here after they heard the news. Their gazes were all fixed on the planet that was shining with purple light in the boundless starry sky. That planet? Is it the ruin left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? It's said that the planet appeared 3 years ago. However, the formation around the planet kept everyone out. Up until now, only one person has managed to enter the planet. Moreover, that person isn't a bodiless celestial. Not a bodiless celestial? That's right. It's said that not only is that person not a bodiless celestial, but her cultivation base is still far from being able to transcend the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Is it possible that the person is the successor chosen by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Many figures stood around the planet that was emitting purple light. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was a legend in the mundane realm. In fact, to commemorate the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, the mundane realm was named the Purple Spike Realm. This was a privilege that not everyone could enjoy. After all, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was the first person to ascend to the celestial realm. Most of the cultivation legacies in the mundane realm originated from the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Due to this reason, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's status in the mundane realm was unparalleled. However, due to the passage of time, no one knew the gender of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Only the legacy left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was known. It was said that after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial ascended to the Devata realm, he had returned to the Purple Spike realm and left behind his legacy. Moreover, after leaving behind his legacy, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had said to the entire Purple Spike realm. He had said that when his legacy appeared, his successor would be born as well. He hoped that the entire Redbud Plain would be able to witness that moment. 3 years ago, this planet suddenly appeared and exploded with purple light. The spell formations around it are airtight. According to the message left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Immortal, this is most likely his legacy. That's right. Even when more than 10 bodiless celestials who were about to ascend to the Devata realms joined forces, they couldn't do anything to the formation around the planet. It's obvious this is the legacy left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. 3 years, this planet has already appeared for 3 years. It wasn't until 3 months ago that someone managed to enter. At that time, no one thought that someone would be able to enter. At that time, I just so happened to see that person. It was a woman wearing a purple veil and purple clothes. Although she wore a veil, it was not difficult to tell that she was a beauty from her exposed eyebrows and eyes. Clearly, she's the successor chosen by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Around the planet that was surrounded by purple light, many figures stood there for a long time. They looked at the planet in front of them. When they mentioned the woman in purple who had entered the planet, their eyes simultaneously revealed looks of envy and jealousy. At this moment, there were many powerhouses from the top forces in the Redbud Plain. Some of them were even the strongest powerhouses in the Redbud Plain. However, even they could only stare at the planet in front of them, unable to do anything. Just like the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had said, he wanted them to witness his legacy being inherited by his successor. No matter how lively it was outside, the planet that was shrouded in purple light was exceptionally calm. Behind the purple light that blotted out the sky was a planet that could not be considered big. At this moment, a person could be seen sitting cross-legged in the only building on the planet. It was a majestic palace. In the vast and boundless hall, countless complex patterns were carved on the vast and boundless ground. These lines gathered from all directions. Finally, all of them gathered on the altar-like stone platform in the middle of the large hall. There were even more complicated inscriptions carved on the stone platform. From time to time, the inscriptions would emit a purple light. At this moment, a purple-clad woman could be seen standing on the stone platform. She had a graceful figure and an enchanting face. It was as though she could mesmerize all living things. The purple light that was emitting from the stone platform surged into her body from her feet. Her purple robes flapped rhythmically, and her beautiful hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Apart from that, a purple veil could be seen lying on the side of the stone platform beneath her feet. It was the same veil that was previously worn by the purple-clad woman. However, it was blown away by the energy that surged into her body from the stone platform. "HM?" Suddenly, the woman in purple opened her eyes. Her enchanting face, paired with a pair of gem-like eyes, was particularly eye-catching. What's going on?" Looking left and right, looking at the vast and boundless hall, the purple-clothed woman's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. "What's this place? Why am I here? No! I can't stay here for long. I still have to look for Tianer. Tianer is missing. If I can't find him, how am I going to explain myself to the bad guy in the future?" When the purple-clad woman reached the end of her sentence, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes again. However, even though she wanted to leave, she quickly realized that her feet, which were standing on the stone platform, seemed to have grown roots and were filled with lead. She could not move at all. At this moment, she shuddered as she recalled what had happened before she lost consciousness. I remember there was a voice that seemed to be calling out to me. After that, I arrived near a purple planet that was shrouded in purple light. According to the people around me, it seemed to be the inheritance left behind by the purple spike Supreme Celestial. Moreover, it had been 3 years since then. Even if the most powerful beings in the purple spike realm joined forces, they still couldn't break the formation on the planet's surface. As soon as I got close to the planet, I lost consciousness. However, before I lost consciousness, an invisible force seemed to be pulling me closer to the planet. The purple-clad woman's eyes widened when she thought about this. Is this the planet? No. That's not right. If this is really the planet, why am I able to come in when so many people can't? The purple-clad woman could not help but shake her head when she reached the end of her sentence. It's because you're the successor I've chosen. As soon as the purple-clad woman finished muttering to herself, a voice that seemed to come from all directions entered her ears. It was a woman's voice. It seemed to have come from the surroundings of the palace. However, it was difficult to tell where the voice came from. "Who's there?" The sudden voice gave the woman a fright, causing her expression to change instantly. At the same time, she looked around in a slightly panicked state. "It's me." The voice rang again. At the same time, a wave of energy appeared in front of the purple-clad woman before a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a purple-clad woman with an ordinary appearance. Her body was shrouded in a faint purple light. Since the figure was gray, one could not see the color of her clothes. However, even so, she still gave off an inexplicable sense of respect just by standing there. Who are you?" the purple-clad woman asked in shock when she saw the figure that had appeared out of thin air. "The people in this mundane realm call me the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. The one who's speaking to you now isn't a remnant soul or a clone I left here. It's my avatar that's separated from the Devata realm and the mundane realm," the figure replied. The purple-clad woman was stunned. "The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Why, you're the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial?" Upon hearing the figure's words, the purple-clad woman looked at the figure as though she had just seen a ghost. A hint of disbelief could be seen on her face. Yes. The figure continued to say, I know you have a lot of questions, but my avatar can only exist for a short time, so I'll keep it short. A long time ago, I discovered that I couldn't unleash the full potential of my cultivation method when I was in the mundane realm. Due to my lack of foundation in the mundane realm, my cultivation base has remained stagnant at the 10 directions celestial emperor realm. Moreover, it's impossible for me to advance any further. After discovering this problem, I returned to the purple spike realm and left behind my legacy. Rather than calling it a legacy, it's more accurate to call it a bridge between the two realms. Apart from defensive formations, this planet also has concealment formations and so on. Back then, I used a special technique to conceal this planet. Only when the divine consciousness I left on this planet detects someone who can unleash the full potential of my cultivation method in the mundane realm will it reveal itself and guide that person in. I'm sure you've guessed it by now. That person is you. You are the successor that I have chosen. You'll definitely surpass me in the future. Hearing the words of the illusory figure, a shocked expression appeared on the face of the purple-clothed woman. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her face, and finally, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor in a Devata realm? And now, the other party was saying that she was the chosen inheritor? At this moment, tears began to roll down the purple-clad woman's cheeks. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the purple-clad woman immediately. The purple-clad woman was none other than one of his wives. Chapter 2935. Ever since Li Fei was sent to the Purple Spike realm by Xia Jie, she had been traveling alone in the mundane realm. At first, her beauty attracted bees and butterflies, and attracted many lechers. Fortunately, those people's strength was not as good as hers, so she was not in any danger along the way. Later on, in order to avoid trouble and also to avoid encountering existences stronger than herself, she began to wear a veil and wandered the mundane plane. She traveled to the Purple Spike realm to look for her son with Duan Lingtian. Duan Niantian! At that time, Xia Jie had sent them back to the mundane realm from the divine offering land. She was not sure about the others, but she was certain her son, Duan Niantian, was sent to the Purple Spike realm just like her. Until a few months ago, she was guided to this place by an unfathomable will. Although she knew the Purple Spike realm's legendary figure, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, had left her legacy here, she did not expect she would be able to obtain the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's legacy. However, based on the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, it was clear she had been chosen as her successor. Li Fei burst into tears. Along the way, as her man, Duan Lingtian, grew stronger and stronger, she felt like she could not help him at all. Later on, when Ker's identity was revealed, it made her feel inferior subconsciously. She felt that she was a useless vase. Naturally, she was the only one who knew about this. She did not want to be a vase. She wanted to be someone who could help her man, Duan Lingtian, and her family. Now that the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had chosen her as her successor, she saw a glimmer of hope. At the same time, all the grievances she had suffered over the years erupted in tears. After a long while, she finally stopped crying. Why me? Li Fei asked as she looked at the figure in front of her. She did not think she was outstanding in any way. Why would the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial choose her as her successor? According to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, she was now a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Before going to the Divine Offering Land, Li Fei did not know what it meant to be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. However, after going to the Divine Offering Land, she learned a lot about the Devata realms. This included the 10 Directions Celestial Emperors. 10 Directions Celestial Emperors were the strongest beings in the Devata realms. For example, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were all 10 Directions Celestial Emperors who ruled over their respective Devata realms. This is because your body is different from the people I've seen in the mundane realms and the Devata realms. It's very special. As for why it's special, I don't know. It's as if I've been baptized by some special spiritual energy of heaven and earth. My body that has been baptized by this kind of baptism is perfectly compatible with my cultivation method, and I'll be able to use it to the fullest in the mundane realm. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial Emperor continued to say, My only requirement for my successor is to surpass my potential. I'm destined to remain a 10-direction Celestial Emperor for the rest of my life. However, you're different. As long as you have a good foundation in the mundane realm, you'll definitely surpass the 10-direction Celestial Emperor in the future. The silhouette, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's avatar, said confidently. Based on her words, it was clear that she was confident in Li Fei's future. Baptism by some special spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Is she talking about the baptism by the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land? Upon hearing the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, Li Fei immediately thought of the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land. It was said that the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land was much stronger than in the Devata realms. When she first went to the divine offering land, she was not used to it at all. She even felt her meridians were blocked, and she could not cultivate at all. It was only after a period of time that she finally got used to it. However, at the same time, her cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. At the same time, she was not the only one. Even the people around her who were brought to the world of divine offering from the mundane realm felt a subtle change in their bodies. Of course, the transformation would only be beneficial to them and not harmful at all. At this moment, Li Fei finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had taken a liking to her because she had been to the divine offering land and stayed there for a period of time. Her body had undergone some changes after being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land. These changes were the main reason the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had taken a liking to her. Now, prepare to receive my inheritance. After you've received my inheritance, we'll meet again in the Devata realm. After you've ascended, the 4 maidservants I've left behind in the Purple Spike realm will bring you to see me. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial continued to say. Wait a minute. Senior, can you help me look for my son? Just as the Purple Spike Supreme Immortal's projection was about to disappear, Li Fei recalled her missing son, and she asked anxiously, What happened? Unfortunately, as soon as Li Fei finished speaking, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's silhouette disappeared. At the same time, Li Fei could clearly feel that a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the surroundings of the main hall. The aura was like the waves of the sea, slapping towards her. A moment later, she lost consciousness again because she couldn't bear the impact. As time passed, more and more people arrived. 4 beautiful figures could be seen standing in a row among the crowd as they looked at the planet that was shining with a purple light. Young Master has finally appeared. Master asked the 4 of us to stay in the Purple Spike realm to wait for the young Master. Now that the young Master has appeared, it means we can return to the Devata realm. According to Master, she'll only choose those who have greater potential than her as the young Master. Moreover, the young Master will definitely surpass her in the future. The 3 of you mustn't disrespect the young Master just because she's weak now. Otherwise, I won't let you off before Master punishes you. Sister May, are you kidding? The young Master is the successor chosen by Master. How can we disrespect her? The 4 women all had extraordinarily beautiful appearances. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, their attire was different as well. The woman who was addressed as Sister May stood at the extreme left. She wore a purple robe with plum blossoms embroidered on it. The woman on the right was also dressed in a purple robe with orchids embroidered on it. The 3rd woman was dressed in a purple robe with bamboo leaves embroidered on it. The 4th woman was dressed in a purple robe with chrysanthemums embroidered on it. At this moment, the 4 of them were looking at the planet in front of them as though they were waiting for something. At the same time, in a remote cave in a barren mountain range in the Great Desolation Realm. Aunt Wu, are you all right? A beautiful young woman dressed in white asked worriedly as she looked at the red-clad woman who was sitting cross-legged in the cave. A lifelike fire dragon could be seen coiling around the red-clad woman's body before it entered her body. After a while, the red-clad woman opened her eyes and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, she looked at the young woman in front of her and shook her head with a smile. "Don't worry, Si-Ling. I'm fine. If Father is here, I'll definitely ask him to kill the person who injured Aunt Wu so he can avenge Aunt Wu." The white-clad young woman clenched her small fists as she spoke with a furious expression on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned red. "Aunt Wu, do you think we'll be able to see Father?" "Of course." The red-clad woman smiled as she patted the young woman's head. At the same time, her gaze turned misty. A purple figure appeared in her mind. It was a tall and handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was the only man she had ever loved in her life. Although they had not seen each other for many years, her love for him had never changed. "Elder brother Duan. You and Sister Kerr's daughter looks like you and Sister Kerr." After a moment, the woman in red regained her senses. She looked at the young girl's delicate face, which seemed like it could be broken with a flick of a finger, and muttered in her heart. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was sent away by Xia Jia from the Divine Offering Land. When they were traveling through the spatial turbulence and approaching the mundane realm, she had tried her best to bring Duan Lingtian and Kerr's daughter, Duan Si-Ling, to her side and entered the Great Desolation Realm with her. The Great Desolation Realm was a mundane realm similar to her hometown, the Saint Province Realm. It was not a large mundane realm like the Purple Spike Realm or the Yanhuang Realm. There were no planets or galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm. Naturally, one could still see planets and galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm. "And Wu, why don't you stop your cultivation base from rising? You should ascend as soon as possible and look for Father." Duan Si-Ling, the daughter of Duan Lingtian and Kerr, suddenly clenched her teeth and said to Feng Tianwu, "Don't worry. Ever since Feng Tianwu brought Duan Si-Ling to the Great Desolation Realm, her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. She discovered that even though she was in the mundane realm, her cultivation base was still improving rapidly. Moreover, if she wanted to, she would be able to ascend to a Devata realm in no time. However, considering Duan Si-Ling had no one to rely on in the Great Desolation Realm, she did not feel at ease leaving Duan Si-Ling alone in the Great Desolation Realm. For this reason, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation base to accompany Duan Si-Ling and wait for Duan Si-Ling to ascend with her. Chapter 2936. Si-Ling, I won't abandon you. Upon hearing Duan Si-Ling's words, Feng Tianwu shook her head and said firmly. Naturally, there was something else that Feng Tianwu did not say. She was worried about Duan Si-Ling. If something happened to Duan Si-Ling because of her, how was she going to face her elder brother Duan in the future? For this reason, she would not allow anything to happen to Duan Si-Ling unless she was dead. "And Wu!" Tears welled up in Duan Si-Ling's eyes as she looked at Feng Tianwu. Apart from Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Si-Ling, the rest of the people who were sent to the mundane realm by Xia Jia from the Divine Offering Land were safe and sound. Moreover, since their bodies had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land, they had obtained a great opportunity. Now, their cultivation speed was far from what it was in the past. Moreover, some of them had even passed the heavenly tribulation and were waiting to ascend. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still under the impression that his family and friends were imprisoned in the Divine Offering Land. For this reason, he was eager to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible so that he would be able to enter the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years to save them. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven. In the supporting fall nation of the profound nether mansion. "My lord, it's almost time." A middle-aged man stood outside a guest room in an inn in the capital. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy entered the room. The energy fluctuation in the room resonated with his voice. After a while, the energy fluctuation in the room disappeared. At the same time, the door opened with a creak. A figure appeared in front of the door. This was an extraordinarily handsome young man wearing a purple robe. He had an extraordinary temperament, and he seemed to have become the focus of attention in an instant. "Let's go." This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for an entire month. After he left the inn, he glanced at the middle-aged man at the entrance, and greeted him before he walked out of the inn. The middle-aged man, Lu Guanglin, followed closely behind Duan Lingtian as he led the way to the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. So many people? The imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation was located at the foot of the capital. It occupied a large area in the east of the capital. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he saw a huge crowd at the entrance of the imperial palace. Although there are a lot of people, very few can enter. Apart from those who have registered for the Southern Heaven tournament, only those who have registered with them can enter. Apart from that, only one person is allowed to enter the imperial palace of the Fall Nation, can only bring one person with them. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he approached the grand entrance of the imperial palace with Lu Guanglin. As expected, there were much fewer people entering the imperial palace compared to the people outside. "My lord, this is your entry pass." At the same time, Lu Guanglin passed the entry pass to Duan Lingtian. He had obtained the entry pass to enter the imperial palace on the day of the Southern Heaven combat. Duan Lingtian passed the entry pass to the guard at the entrance of the imperial palace before he led Lu Guanglin into the imperial palace. After entering the imperial palace, there were people standing at intervals to guide the way. Therefore, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin did not get lost. "You can enter if you sign up. Doesn't that mean that many people can sign up?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Guanglin along the way. "However, one has to be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to enter the imperial palace. Those who are not overarching heavenly supreme celestials can only bring one overarching heavenly supreme celestial with them to enter the imperial palace," Lu Guanglin explained. "Apart from that, although there's a rule that forbids killing during the Southern Heaven combat, there's bound to be some friction between the two parties. It's possible that one would be severely injured and suffer from life-threatening illnesses. Therefore, unless one is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, one wouldn't dare to enter the imperial palace. After all, one would have to enter the Southern Heaven combat, and would not be allowed to admit defeat easily. Unless one's opponent is an extremely powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial," Lu Guanglin continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led Lu Guanglin to the courtyard of the imperial palace where the Southern Heaven combat would be held. The courtyard was the front courtyard of the imperial palace. It was spacious, and there were 9 circular arenas in the middle of the courtyard. However, these arenas were different from the arenas Duan Lingtian had seen in the past. These arenas were equipped with light-gathering formations. A beam of light could be seen rising from each of the arenas into the sky. However, these beams of light covered a large area. Once they were cut, they would form a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. There were 9 beams of light in the 9 arenas, and each of them had a different color. Apart from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, there were also white and gray. There were 9 colors. Apart from that, there were spectator seats in the 4 corners of the 9 arenas. One of the spectator seats was majestic. It was not difficult to guess it was prepared for the members of the imperial family. The spectator seats on the left and right sides of the spectator seats were different from the spectator seats at the back. It was obvious they were prepared for people with extraordinary statuses. Only the spectator seats at the back were suitable for ordinary people. The seats that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were located at the back of the spectator seats. At this moment, almost half of the spectator seats were occupied. "Qingzi, are you confident? You've recently become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to obtain one of the 9 spots, right?" A voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin's ears as they made their way to their seats. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw a middle-aged man speaking to another middle-aged man next to him. "I'm not completely confident. After all, the celestial methods and divine abilities I've mastered are only heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although I've comprehended most of the celestial methods and divine abilities to their limits, there's still one heaven-grade movement celestial method that I haven't comprehended to its limit. That's why I haven't mastered it completely. In that case, it's indeed a little difficult. The middle-aged man nodded. However, it's fine as long as you do your best. If you fail, you'll have another chance next time. All right. Qingzi nodded. Next time? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Based on his knowledge, the Southern Heaven combat was only held once every 100 years, right? Was the middle-aged man cursing Qingzi to remain a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial even after 100 years? However, Qingzi seems to think the middle-aged man is right. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by Qingzi's reaction. My lord, what's wrong? Lu Guanglin asked when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Guanglin could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile on his face. My lord, you don't know how lucky you are. You're considered a top genius in the profound Nether Mansion. If it weren't for your help, it would have taken me 100 years to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a celestial duke. One of my companions, a one basic celestial duke, took 1,000 years to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a one basic celestial duke. The bitter smile on Lu Guanglin's face deepened. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He realized he had been comparing himself to others. Although he lowered his standards occasionally, he did not lower his standards by much. After Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin sat down, more and more people began to arrive. Soon enough, the area where they were seated was almost full. At the same time, people began to arrive from the spectator seats on both sides. That's the city governor of Passage City! Soon after, a group of 5 people arrived at the front of the spectating area on the left side of the spectating area where Duan Lingtian and the others were seated. As soon as the group of 5 people sat down, Duan Lingtian heard a commotion. Duan Lingtian's gaze followed the person's gaze and landed on the leader of the group of 5. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a long dark golden robe. He was tall and well-built, and his face was as fair as jade. His aura was majestic, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He's Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City? That's right. That's him. I was fortunate enough to meet this city lord Huang once. The city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei. Isn't he the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after the emperor? He's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after all. As more and more people joined in the discussion, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the city governor of Passage City had attracted so much attention as soon as he appeared. As it turned out, the city governor of Passage City was not only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, but he was also the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the supporting Fall Nation. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 2 old men and 2 young men standing next to the city governor of Passage City. The 2 young men more or less resembled the city governor of Passage City. One of them had the eyes and nose of the city governor of Passage City, while the other had the mouth and chin of the city governor of Passage City. The 2 young men standing next to City Governor Huang must be his 2 most outstanding sons, right? It's said that City Governor Huang has 5 sons, but the 2 youngest sons are the most outstanding. Both of them are only slightly over 100 years old, but they're already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They're like a pair of prodigies. It's said that the elder brother of the 2 has mastered the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to their limits. That's City Governor Huang's 4th son, Huang Jialong. Chapter 2937. My lord, while you were in closed-door cultivation, I learned a lot about the supporting Fall Nation, including the 2 youngest sons of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. At this moment, Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Huang Jialong, the 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, has become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 200. Moreover, he has comprehended and mastered a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple-trait divine ability. Lu Guanglin said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the tall and handsome young man standing next to Huan Yuanfei. The young man was almost as handsome as Duan Lingtian. Apart from you and Miss Wanner, I'm afraid no one else in the borderlands is as talented as him. At the very least, I've never heard of anyone else in the borderlands who is as talented as him. Although Huana had the celestial weapon given to her by Pei Yuanji to conceal her aura, Lu Guanglin had spoken to Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, he knew Huana was younger than Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Huan Yuanfei's fifth son, Huan Jiachao, is also very talented. He's 10 years younger than Huan Jialong, but he has already become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he has comprehended and mastered a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method. It's said that he has also mastered a triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability. Both of them are definitely ranked in the top 5 among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. Lu Guanglin said confidently. Therefore, I'm sure they'll be able to get 2 of the 9 spots in the Southern Heaven combat. They're indeed talented. Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 2 sons of the city governor of Passage City. In the borderlands he had never met, or even heard of anyone who was more talented than the 2 sons of the city lord of Passage City. However, there's no age limit in the Southern Heaven combat. I'm sure there are some peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have been in the Southern Heaven combat for many years. Among those people, there is no lack of people who have mastered various Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Immortals, as long as they didn't die prematurely, had endless life. Even if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years had an ordinary innate talent, given enough time, they would definitely achieve great things. At the very least, they would have a high cultivation base among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Soon after, some more people came from the 2 spectator seats, which also caused many people to whisper to each other. However, compared to the city governor of Passage City, Huan Yuanfei and his 2 sons, the commotion caused by these people was much smaller. At the same time, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. As expected, the 2 spectator seats were prepared for certain people. These people were mostly prominent figures in the supporting Fall Nation. Apart from the city lords of the supporting Fall Nation, there were also some sects and clans in the supporting Fall Nation present. Naturally, these sects and clans could only be considered ordinary in the central area. They were not as powerful as the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation. After paying attention to the city governor of Passage City and the others, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to meditate as he thought about how close he was to breaking through to the overarching heavenly supreme celestial stage. I'm so close to breaking through to the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It seems like I can only rely on the consumable royal grade celestial weapon for the time being in the Southern Heaven combat. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. After a while, the people from the imperial family are here. Duan Lingtian, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when he heard the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man dressed in a golden dragon robe. He was escorted by a group of people as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. After a while, the group of people landed on the spectator seats opposite Duan Lingtian. Although the area of the spectating area was the same as Duan Lingtian's spectating area, the number of seats in the spectating area was less than 1/10 of Duan Lingtian's spectating area. "Greetings, Your Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty!" As the group of people landed on the spectator seats opposite him, Duan Lingtian quickly saw the influential figures in the spectator seats on both sides of the spectator seats stand up one after another, and lead the juniors to bow to the dragon-robed middle-aged man in the lead. On the other hand, none of the people in the spectator seats near Duan Lingtian rose to their feet to salute the middle-aged man. This was because most of the people in the spectator seats were sectless cultivators. Naturally, they were not interested in formalities. "He's Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation? He's a celestial king?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe. The middle-aged man was seated in the middle of the spectator seats. Some of the people who came with him were seated beside him, while others were seated behind him. There were only 2 rows of spectators in the spectator seats. The green-robed young man next to the Emperor of the Windfall Nation must be his most outstanding son, the 4th prince, right? That's right. That's Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the Windfall Nation. Hu Ji-yong is quite talented as well. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Apart from mastering a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and a triple trait Duke grade divine ability, he has also mastered an assist type Duke grade celestial method and an assist type Duke grade divine ability. That's right. Perhaps his innate talent is slightly inferior to the 2 young city masters of Passage City. However, in terms of strength, the 2 young city masters of Passage City are inferior to him. This time, the 4th prince and the 2 young city lords of the Passage City have taken 3 of the 9 spots in the South Heaven combat. Duan Lingtian heard people whispering among themselves again. At the same time, he noticed the green-robed young man next to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. The green-robed young man sat next to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation with a cold expression on his face. His eyes were closed as he rested his mind. It was as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. All of a sudden, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, who was standing next to the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, had disappeared. It was as though the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had vanished into thin air. In the next moment, Hu Lin-yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, hovered in the air above the spectator seats as he looked around. I'm sure all of you know about the Southern Heaven combat. In that case, I won't say much about it. Now, I'll briefly explain the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. There are 9 arenas in the Southern Heaven combat. Anyone can choose one of the arenas to challenge. As long as they win, they'll become the arena master. Everyone will be given 9 chances to challenge the arena master. However, if they're defeated in one of the arenas, they won't be able to challenge the arena master again. The last person standing in the arenas will be given 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, you're not allowed to use celestial talismans, kill or cripple your opponent, and attack after your opponent has admitted defeat. There are no other rules. You're free to do as you please. Hu Lin-yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained the rules of the Southern Heaven combat held by the Imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation. The light beams from the 9 arenas are considered arenas? Once one leaves the light beams, it doesn't matter if he's chased out or if he leaves the light beams. After listening to Hu Lin-yi's explanation, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the light beams from the 9 arenas. The light beams were divided into 9 colors. Each light beam had a diameter of more than 100 meters. That's a good rule. I'll wait until there's no one left to challenge me. I'll be able to easily obtain one of the spots to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's rules. Previously, he had been worried that the Southern Heaven combat would have to be fair and square to determine the strongest 9 people. But in this way, wouldn't the person that ascended the combat arena first and became the arena master be at a great disadvantage? Not only will he exhaust his celestial origin energy, but he might even be injured. Lu Guanglin, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian, frowned slightly. He also felt the rules were unfair. Brother, is this your first time at the Southern Heaven combat? At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting behind Lu Guanglin asked with a grin. Yes. Lu Guanglin turned to look at the middle-aged man and nodded. There are 9 arenas in the Southern Heaven combat. After each battle, the arena master will be given enough time to recover his celestial origin energy. Moreover, the Imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will provide him with supreme pills that can help him recover his celestial origin energy. As for injuries, the Imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will provide him with pills according to the severity of his injuries. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. The middle-aged man said. Once an overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a king-grade healing pill, as long as he's not crippled, he'll be able to recover in a short time. Even if he's severely injured, he'll be given enough time to recover to his peak condition. For this reason, there's no need to worry about being at a disadvantage in the Southern Heaven combat. In fact, some of the arena masters who entered the arena earlier will be able to improve themselves. Similar examples are too numerous to mention. The middle-aged man finished speaking. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 29:38. Now that the 7 people had entered the 7 arenas, it meant that the 7 arenas now had ring masters. These ring masters would stand on the arenas, waiting for others to challenge them. If what he said is true, the ring master who enters the arena first won't have to worry about the others exhausting his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he heard the words of the middle-aged man standing behind Lu Guanlin. Moreover, as the middle-aged man had said, the ring master who entered the arena first would have a chance to improve his strength as he fought with the challengers. Therefore, no matter who entered the arena first, there was no harm in it. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian did not plan to enter the arena first. He decided to wait until the last one to enter the arena. This was the safest way. Whoosh! 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 While Duan Lingtian was still deep in thought, 3 more figures entered the remaining 3 arenas. In just a blink of an eye, all 9 arenas had ring masters. Now that the 9 ring masters are in place, anyone who participates in the Southern Heaven combat can challenge them. If they win, they'll become the new ring master. The defeated ring master will no longer be able to enter the arena he has previously entered. However, he'll still have the opportunity to challenge other arenas he hasn't entered before. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation continued to say, I hereby announce the start of the Southern Heaven combat. The Southern Heaven combat had officially begun. As soon as the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation finished speaking, 9 figures entered the 9 arenas one after another, preparing to battle the 9 ring masters. That's Hong Shi, the son of the city governor of Nanmin City. Although his cultivation base is only at the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial stage, his celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary. That's He Qian, the daughter of the patriarch of the He clan in North Origin City. Although she's a woman, she successfully broke through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial when she was only 300 years old. Her celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary as well. She's also the most talented person in the He clan in the past 1,000 years. That's... Whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears successively. Many people had recognized some of the ring masters and challengers on the 9 combat rings. These people were all disciples from prominent clans and were quite famous in the past. After a while, the 9 arenas began to appear. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Above the 9 battle rings, most of the ring masters and challengers soared into the sky. They took out their immortal weapons and attacked. After their immortal elemental energy skyrocketed, multicolored energy bloomed in their hands. At the same time, they began to unleash all sorts of abilities. Amongst these 18 people, the strongest is still the daughter of the North Origin City's He clan's patriarch, He Qian. After about 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at the 18 people who were fighting. His gaze finally fell on the only girl among the 18 people. This woman was the daughter of the Northern Origin City's He clan's patriarch, He Qian. This daughter of the He family is really not inferior to a man. That's right. It's not easy for a woman to have such achievements in just 300 years. Among the 18 contestants, the strongest one is Miss He. He Qian was a delicate and pretty woman. She was dressed in a green robe and had a graceful figure. She attracted many people's attention as soon as she made her move. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's opinion of her. In the eyes of others, He Qian was considered a rare beauty. However, Duan Lingtian had seen too many beauties. Moreover, he had been with her for a long time. Therefore, he was immune to these beauties. Whoosh! 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 The immortal artifact in He Qian's hand was a long whip, and after she poured her immortal essence energy into it, it would sometimes be as straight as a rod and sweep through an army with an oppressive might. At other times, it would sometimes be as soft as a snake, agile and graceful, and it would follow her like a shadow to coil around her opponent. In less than 20 breaths, He Qian's opponent, a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was struck by her whip and sent flying out of the light in the battle ring. He Qian had won. Based on He Qian's relaxed stance, it's obvious she hasn't used her full strength. If she had, I'm afraid her opponent wouldn't have lasted more than 5 breaths. Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lu Guanglin's voice immediately attracted the approval of the surrounding people. Many people echoed his words. Indeed, Miss He didn't use her full strength. She looks so relaxed. How could she have used her full strength? Miss He probably doesn't even need to consume any pills to recover her celestial origin energy. My lord, you. What's wrong? In next to no time, Lu Guanglin noticed that something was slightly off with Duan Lingtian, and he saw Duan Lingtian staring fixedly at He Qian, who was on the combat arena with a dumbstruck gaze as if he'd lost his soul. When Lu Guanglin's voice rang in the air, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, Huana's celestial weapon is also a whip. Although He Qian's whip was only a duke-grade celestial weapon, Huana's whip was a king-grade celestial weapon. Although they were both long whips, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Huana. He could not help but wonder how she was doing, if she was in danger, if she was safe, and so on. My lord, I'm sure Miss Huana will be fine. Lu Guanglin finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so distracted. As it turned out, He Qian's celestial weapon was the same as Miss Huana's whip. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he shifted his attention back to the other 9 arenas. After He Qian defeated the ringmaster and became the new ringmaster, the remaining 8 arenas were filled with challengers. Naturally, there were also challengers who successfully defended their arenas and became the new ringmaster. Before the 3 arenas were filled with challengers, more and more challengers began to ascend to the other arenas. Only He Qian's arena remained empty. He Qian did not seem surprised by this. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to rest. It seems like most people don't want to fight Miss He. After all, with her strength, it's very likely she'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people shared the same thought. Clan leader He, your daughter is as strong as any man. After her battle, no one dares to challenge her. An old man dressed in a white robe sighed as he looked at a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing next to him. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. Although he had a grandson with good talent, he was much inferior compared to the daughter of the He family. Clan leader Qin, your grandson is not bad as well. He has defeated 2 opponents in a row and has become the 2nd ringmaster. The middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes chuckled as he looked at a young man in another arena. He said modestly, Moreover, your grandson is more than 10 years younger than my daughter. I'm sure he'll surpass her in the future. Patriarchy, you're too modest. Just this useless grandson of mine will never be able to catch up to your daughter. As some of the disciples of the prestigious clans ascended the arena and became the new arena masters, similar flattering words rang out in the spectator seats where a group of people from the prestigious clans had gathered. Time continued to pass. Soon after, the sky was filled with the glow of the setting sun. At this time, many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had signed up to participate in the Southern Heaven combat had been defeated. I'm still not strong enough. I'll cultivate for the next few days instead of going to the arenas. I agree. I'll be able to improve my celestial method if I meditate on it. I'll meditate on it for a while before I go to the arenas. Some of the people who had been defeated in the arena decided at this time that they would not be in a hurry to ascend the arena to challenge the arena masters in the next few days. On the first day, after He Qian defeated the first arena master, no one else challenged her in the arena that she occupied. Many people were speechless when they saw this. Even the emperor of the supporting Fall nation could not help but frown. This was his first time encountering such a situation. In the past, outstanding figures like He Qian would basically wait until the end to make a move. Yet this time, He Qian was the first to make a move and occupy a combat ring, causing no one to challenge that combat ring. A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. If a powerhouse like He Qian enters the arena tomorrow, I'm afraid there'll be another empty arena. If that's the case, the progress of the Southern Heaven combat will slow down. Perhaps, it's time to change the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. Another person chimed in. It was as though this person could predict the future. As night fell, the Southern Heaven combat came to an end. The Emperor of the supporting Fall nation announced loudly, "From tomorrow onward, there'll be a new rule in the Southern Heaven combat. As long as no one challenges the ring master of any arena, he or she will be granted a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm." As soon as the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation made his announcement, more and more opponents appeared in He Qian's arena on the second day. However, most of them were just looking for trouble and were defeated by He Qian one after another. On the second day, half an hour had passed, but no one had challenged He Qian. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. An hour will pass in a dozen breaths. If no one challenges He Qian, she'll be granted a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. With He Qian's strength, she should be able to obtain a spot. It seems like she'll be granted a spot in advance. While the crowd was whispering to each other, an hour had passed. However, there was still no one who challenged He Qian. The Emperor of the supporting Fall nation rose to his feet again and announced, He Qian will be given one of the spots to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Now that He Qian has left her arena, those who want to become the new ring master may go up now. Chapter 2939. Congratulations, clan leader He. Congratulations, clan leader He. Your daughter has obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Once she leaves the Southern Heaven ancient realm, she'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. She might even have a chance to cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion. That's right. The 3 sects and 2 clans are grade 7 sects and clans. The profound Nether Mansion is one of the few grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. The cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion are beyond our imagination. If Miss He can cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion, she'll definitely become a phoenix. After He Qian obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, many people who were sitting next to the clan leader of He clan began to congratulate him. Ever since his daughter obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, the smile on the clan leader of He clan's face did not fade. Although it was very dangerous to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and not everyone had a chance of coming out alive, he was confident in his daughter's ability. He was certain his daughter would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter in the Southern Heaven ancient realm and come out alive. After He Qian obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, some of the stronger people who had been waiting to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm could no longer hold themselves back. It did not take long before a few people who were not much weaker than He Qian entered the ring and defeated the ring masters to become the new ring masters. All of a sudden, the Southern Heaven combat became even more intense. Swoosh! At noon, a figure shot out from the spectator area where the members of the imperial family were seated and landed in one of the rings. Immediately, everyone's gazes gathered on that person. It's Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong is one of the 2 most outstanding sons of the city governor of Passage City. I didn't expect him to enter the ring so quickly. I think it's because He Qian entered the ring first that she obtained a spot. With his strength, it'll be easy for him to obtain a spot in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. That's only natural. He's stronger than He Qian. Moreover, He might even possess a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon? That can't be. Humph. Why wouldn't he? It's said that the city governor's estate in Passage City has 5 or 6 king-grade celestial weapons. Even if the city governor of Passage City doesn't give his son a king-grade celestial weapon, do you think he won't give his son a king-grade celestial weapon when he enters the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? You're right. Huang Jialong, the 4th son of Huang Yuan Fei, the city governor of Passage City and the strongest person below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Because of Huang Jialong's status and strength, he attracted almost everyone's attention as soon as he entered the arena. Huang Jialong's opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He smiled wryly when he saw Huang Jialong. Although he had comprehended all kinds of immortal methods and divine abilities, they were only heaven-grade immortal methods and divine abilities. Therefore, even though his cultivation was on par with Huang Jialong's, his immortal arts and divine abilities were much weaker. In terms of celestial weapons, he only had a duke-grade celestial weapon while Huang Jialong might have a king-grade celestial weapon. I admit defeat. Therefore, when the middle-aged man saw that Huang Jialong was going to challenge him, he took the initiative to admit defeat. After he left the arena, he began to look at the other 8 arenas. Since he had given up on this arena, it was only natural that he would choose another arena to challenge. Since he had admitted defeat, it meant that he was certain he would not be able to defeat Huang Jialong. Since that was the case, he might as well save his strength for the next battle. Huang Jialong was not surprised by his opponent's admission of defeat. He stood in the arena with his hands on his back and a calm expression on his face. A moment later, his gaze swept across the spectator stands. In the end, he closed his eyes and began to rest. It was as though he was waiting for an hour to pass. As expected of the son of City Governor Huang, his opponent admitted defeat as soon as he entered the arena. I'm afraid no one will challenge him after this. In the supporting Fall Nation, the only person who's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's capable of defeating Huang Jialong is the 4th prince. That's right. If the 4th prince doesn't enter the arena, I'm afraid it's meaningless for the others to enter the arena as well. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Jialong stood in the arena for half an hour. However, no one dared to challenge him. Meanwhile, many people around Huang Yuanshan, the city governor of Passage City, began to praise Huang Jialong and flatter Huang Yuanshan. Huang Yuanshan merely nodded indifferently in response. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was the complete opposite of the clan leader of the He clan. It seems like no one is going to challenge young Master Huang. Looks like there's one less place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people were certain Huang Jialong would be the second place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when the time limit was about to pass. At this moment, swoosh! Duan Lingtian appeared in Huang Jialong's arena in just a blink of an eye and faced Huang Jialong, who was resting with his eyes closed. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the arena, Huang Jialong opened his eyes. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He would not have been surprised if the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family had challenged him. However, the person who challenged him was a young man whom he had never seen before. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian appeared in the arena, Huang Jialong discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. You want to challenge me? Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise, Do you think someone who's not even 100 years old can defeat me? When Duan Lingtian entered the arena, many people had been looking at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes widened when they heard Huang Jialong's words. Then, they extended their divine consciousness from all directions and shrouded Duan Lingtian. He's really not even 100 years old. What's this young man thinking? He's not even 100 years old, but he wants to challenge young Master Huang? Is he looking for trouble? He's not even 100 years old. Is he an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although there's no need to check one's cultivation base during the registration process, one has to enter the arena to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. If one's cultivation base is below that of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be considered a crime of deceiving the emperor. Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death. When the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they began to question whether Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was really that of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Due to the profound divine metal in Duan Lingtian's body, the crowd could not detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. However, the Devata realms were vast, and there was no lack of secret techniques to conceal one's cultivation base. Therefore, the crowd was not surprised. If you have a king-grade celestial weapon, bring it out. At the same time, use your strongest technique to attack me. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong calmly and said indifferently, I'll let you make 2 moves first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Jialong was not the only one who was shocked. Apart from Lu Guanglin, everyone else was shocked as well. King-grade celestial weapon? Not only did this young man, but he even asked Huang Jialong to take out his king-grade celestial weapon and let Huang Jialong make 2 moves first. Otherwise, Huang Jialong would not have a chance to attack Duan Lingtian. Ha! Soon after, someone burst out laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. Is this brat arrogant, or is there something wrong with his head? How arrogant! He's seeking death. He's just a brat who's not even 100 years old. Where does he get his confidence from? Ridiculous! What a joke! Many people could not help but laugh when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. However, Huang Jialong, the person in question, could not bring himself to laugh. When he looked at the purple-clad young man, he could see the indifference in the purple-clad young man's eyes. It was clear the purple-clad young man did not take him seriously at all. Generally speaking, people like this were either arrogant, had something wrong with their heads, or were truly strong. However, no matter how Huang Jialong looked at the purple-clad young man, he did not think the purple-clad young man was arrogant. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and an umbrella appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. The umbrella that appeared out of thin air was one of the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained from the little world left behind by Huana's grandaunt, Du Fei. The umbrella appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Before Duan Lingtian infused his true origin into it, a faint light shone on the umbrella. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. A king-grade celestial weapon. It's a king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the umbrella, the people who were laughing at Duan Lingtian immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, most of the people present had recognized the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand as a king-grade celestial weapon. Those who did not recognize the king-grade celestial weapon on their own finally realized the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand was a king-grade celestial weapon when they heard the exclamations from the crowd. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The eyes of those who were mocking Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This arrogant brat who was not even 100 years old and was full of nonsense actually had a king-grade celestial weapon. I see. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian's king-grade celestial weapon, he was certain the purple-clad young man was not arrogant and had something wrong with his head. He was certain the purple-clad young man was strong enough to fight him. Naturally, that was all. Huang Jialong did not think the purple-clad young man was stronger than him just because he said he would let him have 2 moves first. After all, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man to fully understand his strength. I understand. Chapter 2940. A bunch of idiots. When Lu Guanglin heard the group of people mocking Duan Lingtian, he could not help but scold them inwardly. He felt they were idiots. Who said that someone who was not even 100 years old could not be stronger than Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City? Lu Guanglin's expression darkened immediately when he sensed a one basic celestial duke probing him with his divine consciousness. He turned around and looked at the person who was probing him with his eyes. The person was none other than the middle-aged man sitting behind him. Brother, I'm sorry. I was just curious about your cultivation base. I didn't expect you to be a one basic celestial duke just like me. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly when he saw Lu Guanglin looking at him with a dark expression on his face. Initially, he thought Lu Guanglin would not be able to detect his divine consciousness since Lu Guanglin's cultivation base was lower than his. He did not expect Lu Guanglin to be a one basic celestial duke just like him. Curious? Lu Guanglin frowned. Earlier, didn't you address the person beside you, who is currently on the stage, as Lord? I thought you're not as strong as him. Otherwise, why would you address him that way? The middle-aged man said bluntly. That's why I'm curious about your cultivation base. I didn't expect you to be a one basic celestial duke. A puzzled expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Naturally, he did not think the purple-clad young man whom Lu Guanglin addressed as Lord was stronger than a one basic celestial duke. First of all, the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. Second of all, if the purple-clad young man was stronger than a one basic celestial duke, he would not be allowed to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. He would be punished by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation for causing trouble. Who said my lord's cultivation base has to be higher than mine? Lu Guanglin glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently before he turned around and ignored him. In the combat ring, when Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian taking out a king-grade celestial weapon, he also took out his own king-grade celestial weapon. It was a 7-foot-long spear. The long spear was crimson with a mysterious light swirling around it. It looked as though flames were burning on it. Is that the king-grade celestial weapon from the city governor's estate in Passage City, the Fire Cloud Spear? I didn't expect the city governor of Passage City to give this king-grade celestial weapon to his fourth son. It seems like he really dotes on him. That's right. This king-grade celestial weapon is definitely one of the top 3 king-grade celestial weapons in the city governor's estate. It's not strange for the young governor of Passage City to possess a king-grade celestial weapon. However, where did this purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old come from? He has a king-grade celestial artifact as well. I've never seen him before. Perhaps he's the descendant of some hidden expert. When the crowd saw Huang Jialong had also taken out his king-grade celestial weapon, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Even the people in the other 8 arenas stopped fighting as though they had come to an agreement to stop fighting. All of them were staring at the arenas where Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong were. Many people whispered among themselves as they speculated about Duan Lingtian's identity. After Duan Lingtian took out his king-grade celestial weapon, no one dared to say he was crazy. However, many people still thought he was being arrogant. Even if Duan Lingtian had a king-grade celestial weapon, so did the young governor of Passage City. Moreover, the young governor of Passage City was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he had mastered 2 triple-trait duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It was said that he had mastered assist-type duke-grade celestial methods as well. Moreover, he had mastered assist-type duke-grade divine abilities as well. At this moment, Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian stood opposite each other with their swords drawn. At this moment, a graceful and elegant figure appeared in the imperial family's spectator area. Beloved, why are you only here now? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation smiled faintly when he saw the newcomer. At the same time, he gestured for her to sit in the empty seat next to him. And the empty seat today was obviously prepared for this beautiful woman. Greetings, Concubine Lan! Greetings, Concubine Lan! With the arrival of this elegant and beautiful woman, everyone in the royal family's spectator stands, including the 4th prince, bowed to her one after another. After that, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong in unison. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My elder brother came to the palace to look for me this morning. The beautiful woman was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's favorite concubine, Concubine Lan. With the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's favor, she had become extremely powerful in the harem. Your elder brother? Is it because of Howard again? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation asked. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. At the same time, tears streamed down her face as though she had thought of something. This morning, my elder brother couldn't hold it in any longer, and used our clan's blood guide's secret technique to reveal the appearance of Hauer's murderer. However, from now on, my elder brother's cultivation base won't be able to improve anymore. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation could not help but feel sorry for her when he saw how pitiful she looked. My concubine, please restrain your grief. Since we know the appearance of the murderer, it won't be difficult to find him as long as he's still in the supporting Fall nation. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation patted his beautiful wife's hand as he looked at the two people who were on the verge of a fight. He said, "When the Southern Heaven combat ends today, ask your elder brother to draw a portrait of the murderer. I'll ask my subordinates to make copies of it and distribute it to everyone to find the murderer. Hauer is also my nephew. I will avenge him," the emperor of the supporting Fall nation said in a low voice. "Thank you, your majesty." The beautiful woman thanked the emperor of the supporting Fall nation as she wiped away the tears on her face with a smile. She followed the emperor of the supporting Fall nation's gaze and looked at the battle in the arena. "Isn't that the fourth son of City Governor Huang from Passage City?" The beautiful woman was surprised when she saw Huang Jialong. "He's fighting so early?" "Not only that, but he's also facing an interesting opponent. His opponent isn't even 100 years old, but he possesses a king-grade celestial weapon. I wonder which reclusive old monster he's from?" the emperor of the supporting Fall nation said as he sized up Duan Lingtian, who was fighting in the arena, with interest. He did not believe a young man who possessed a king-grade celestial weapon who was not even 100 years old did not come from a powerful background. He's not even 100 years old, but he possesses a king-grade celestial weapon? Concubine Lan was shocked when she heard the emperor of the supporting Fall nation's words. She instinctively shifted her gaze from Huang Jialong to Huang Jialong's opponent. Concubine Lan's eyes widened when she saw Huang Jialong's opponent. This was because she recognized this person. To be more precise, it was this person whom she had just met this morning. When her elder brother had cast their clan's unique blood-guiding secret technique, her clan was not considered a powerful clan in the supporting Fall nation. However, they had a secret technique called the blood-guiding secret technique that was rarely used. The blood-guide mystic art could detect the appearance of the murderer who had killed a close relative for a certain price. The close relatives mentioned here were those of parents and children. If two or more children died at the same time, even if one used the blood-guiding secret technique, one would only be able to see the murderer's appearance. After using the blood-guiding secret technique, one's cultivation base would be stagnant for the rest of one's life. It could be said that one had to sacrifice one's future. In Concubine Lan's memory, her elder brother was only the third person to use the blood-guiding secret technique in the thousands of years of their clan's history. He killed Hauer. Concubine Lan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to her elder brother who had just left the palace. She needed her elder brother's confirmation. Apart from that, she had another question in her mind. Since the purple-clad young man had participated in the Southern Heaven combat, it meant he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if he could kill her nephew, he would not be able to kill the three-talent celestial duke who was with her nephew. Perhaps he was the one who killed Hauer's nephew. With this thought in mind, Concubine Lan's doubts vanished. Since the emperor of the supporting Fall nation's attention was focused on the battle, he did not notice Concubine Lan's strange behavior. Concubine Lan did not lose her temper immediately. Instead, she suppressed her anger and waited for her elder brother's arrival. "I'd like to see how strong you are to boast so shamelessly," Huang Jialong said indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Swoosh! 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 Huang Jialong moved like the wind. His celestial origin energy transformed into golden rays of light that swirled around him like dragons as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his king-grade celestial weapon, the 7-foot-long spear, shot out toward Duan Ling Tian as though it contained the power of lightning. Around the 7-foot-long spear that he shot out, there were also golden rays of light that looked like swimming dragons. Faint red lightning bolts could be seen flashing at the tip of the spear. Faced with an opponent who had a king-grade celestial weapon, Huang Jialong did not hold back at all. As the saying went, even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. He did not dare to be careless just because his opponent was not even 100 years old. After all, his opponent was someone who had a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, based on Huang Jialong's words, it was clear Huang Jialong was confident in his abilities. I said I'll let you have 2 moves first, so I'll let you have 2 moves first. If you can't break through my defenses with 2 moves, it'll be my turn to attack. If I can't defeat you with 1 move, I'll consider myself the loser. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he let go of the umbrella in his hand in the face of Huang Jialong's menacing aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy, which was at the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, rose from his body and transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha. At the same time, purple chi swirled around the silhouette of the golden Buddha. Chapter 2941. How arrogant! Based on his words, it seems like he wants to defeat the young master of Passage City with a single move? He must be dreaming! Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, most people thought Duan Ling Tian was extremely arrogant. Although Huang Jialong, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was not the strongest among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation, he was definitely one of the top 3 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old dared to say he wanted to defeat Huang Jialong with a single move? How arrogant! At this moment, even the expressionless Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, had a disdainful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He knew very well how strong his son was. Even the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, would not be able to defeat his son in less than 10 moves. This kid is really arrogant enough. The elementary devouring tactic. Huang Yuanfei's youngest son, Huang Jiachao, who was standing next to him, shook his head and chuckled. Similarly, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating his 4th brother with a single move. In the combat ring. Swoosh! 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 As Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, the golden Buddha silhouettes and purple celestial origin energy on his body grew stronger. Although the elementary devouring tactic was extremely powerful and could easily absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms were not the same. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms could not be compared to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms. This was especially true for the heaven and earth spirit energy in the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Even if Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic with all his might, he could not absorb much of the heaven and earth spirit energy. After all, the elementary devouring tactic could only be considered as an assist-type heaven-grade divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, it could not compare to an assist-type Duke-grade divine ability that had been comprehended to its limit. The illusory figure of the Golden Buddha, which was shrouded in purple gas, held the illusory figure of the umbrella that Duan Ling Tian had thrown out. It formed an absolute defense around Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Huang Jialong's attack arrived. Whoosh! Huang Jialong struck out with his spear, causing the wind and clouds to tremble. Ripples appeared in the air, clearly visible to the naked eye. In addition, the originally faint scarlet lightning at the tip of the spear in his hand condensed and expanded in an instant, and shot out with a whistling sound. At the same time, the dragon-like golden light surrounding the spear suddenly expanded when the tip of the spear touched the golden Buddha's shadow on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body. In the end, the golden light whizzed out and gathered at the tip of the spear. Then, it fused with the scarlet lightning. Bang! As the golden light and the scarlet lightning gathered together, the golden light suddenly shrank. After converging into a single point, it suddenly exploded. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying energy began to wreak havoc on Duan Ling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette. More energy began to attack the golden Buddha silhouette like a ferocious beast. Boom! Rumble! Under the terrifying impact, the golden Buddha's shadow swayed slightly. The purple gas around it had also dimmed a lot. It seemed as though it would collapse at any moment. It's difficult to block his attack if I control my celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong's strength is rare even among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, my celestial methods, divine abilities, and king-grade celestial weapons don't have any advantage over him. For this reason, I can only control my celestial origin energy to the level of a one basic celestial duke to block his attack. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he sensed the impact of Huang Jialong's attack. At the same time, he struggled to control his celestial origin energy. Currently, his celestial origin energy was comparable to a one basic celestial duke. It was not difficult for him to control his celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, there was nothing he could do. If he exposed his celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial duke, he would definitely be kicked out of the battle arena. Moreover, he might even infuriate the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. If the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was angered, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would flow for thousands of miles. Although he was confident he could kill the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, he did not want to waste it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he only had 2 chances left to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Every time he used it, he would have 1 less chance. Boom! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, the energy from Huang Jialong's spear continued to attack Duan Lingtian's protective barrier. Most people held their breaths at this moment. What a strong defense! Although the golden Buddha silhouette on Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently as though it would shatter at any moment, many people were still shocked by the fact that it could hold on for so long. After a few breaths, Duan Lingtian's defensive barrier finally stopped Huang Jialong's attack. How's this possible? An expression of shock appeared on Huang Jialong's face when he saw that his attack had failed to break through Duan Lingtian's defense. Even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, who was sitting next to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, widened his eyes in shock. Although he was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong, he did not have the ability to do so. He was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong, but he did not have the ability to defend himself against Huang Jialong's attack. One more move! The crowd who were in a daze from the shock only regained their senses when they heard Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice. Monster! Monster! This purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old has such a terrifying defense. At this moment, nobody doubted Duan Lingtian's strength anymore. In fact, they thought it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat Huang Jialong naturally. They did not believe Duan Lingtian could defeat Huang Jialong with just 1 move. Duan Lingtian's defense was monstrous, but it did not mean his offense was monstrous as well. How should I address you? Huang Jialong inhaled sharply. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such a young powerhouse in his life. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but he was already so powerful. Moreover, apart from the assist-type divine abilities, the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had cast were all Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. Brother Duan, your defense alone is enough to prove you're stronger than me. As for my next move, I don't plan to make a move since I'm not confident I'll be able to break through your defense. Huang Jialong said. In that case, I'll defend while you attack. What do you think? Although Huang Jialong did not use his full strength earlier, he was still not confident he could break through Duan Lingtian's defense even if he used 100% of his strength. In that case, it would be better for him to give up on attacking. You can use offense as defense as well. Like I said earlier, if I can't defeat you with one move, I'll admit defeat. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong calmly. At some point, he had already put away his umbrella. This scene caused even more people to be puzzled. Why did he put his king-grade celestial weapon away? Is he planning to attack without using his king-grade celestial weapon? It's obvious his king-grade celestial weapon is a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Such a king-grade celestial weapon might not be as powerful as an offensive duke-grade celestial weapon. Perhaps, he's planning to exchange it for a king-grade celestial weapon. You're right. He managed to block young Master Huang's attack because of his defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, many people thought Duan Lingtian was planning to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for a king-grade celestial weapon. However, when another rod appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, some of them gasped in shock. Heavens! Another king-grade celestial weapon! Who's this young man called Duan Lingtian? Not only is he strong, but he even has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. His background is definitely not simple. When Duan Lingtian took out a rod that was shrouded in a profound light and was not infused with his celestial origin energy, many people were shocked. King-grade celestial weapon? Another king-grade celestial weapon? Many people were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's rod was a king-grade celestial weapon. Although they had guessed Duan Lingtian was planning to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for a king-grade celestial weapon, they had assumed Duan Lingtian was planning to exchange it for an offensive king-grade celestial weapon. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for another king-grade celestial weapon. This young man is definitely not an ordinary sectless cultivator. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation muttered to himself as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a solemn expression on his face. 2 king-grade celestial weapons? Concubine Lan, who was sitting next to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had an extremely unsightly expression on her face. This little bastard actually has 2 king-grade celestial weapons? When she discovered Duan Lingtian was the murderer of her nephew, she could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge her nephew. When she discovered Duan Lingtian's umbrella was a king-grade celestial weapon, she knew it would not be easy to avenge her nephew. How could someone with a king-grade celestial weapon be an ordinary person? However, now that Duan Lingtian had taken out another king-grade celestial weapon, she could not help but feel a sense of despair. If I participate in the revenge, won't the person behind him kill me as well after he dies? Moreover, how could such a person not have the protection of a powerhouse? With this thought in mind, Concubine Lan sent another communication celestial talisman to her elder brother who was rushing over. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. 2 king-grade celestial weapons? Who are you? Huang Jialong smiled wryly when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the 2nd king-grade celestial weapon. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was not bluffing when he said he could defeat Huang Jialong with a single move. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.